before Thanksgiving, start off by saying that. What do you have to be thankful for? You know what I'm saying? Guys, we streaming today because the live stream on Monday, unfortunately, it didn't go as planned, had some technical difficulties. But Monday is Monday and today is today, so we're going to talk about today. So we streaming today because for a substitution for Monday, but it's still part of the Chasing Sunsets and Chasing Peace. Talking about President Trump's healthcare plan. You know what I'm saying? I think that's really important. His healthcare plan. Like, look, I know I'm rambling right now. I'm just doing this until people jump into the live stream, but I'm just giving you guys a train of thought, the content, the prepared content that we about to go over in just a little bit when people jump in the stream. But this train of thought on this whole situation, this is how I'm thinking. President Trump, he promised to address affordability and the cost of living on day one. Those are facts, okay? Due to a set of circumstances, he probably hadn't been able to address it as he pleased. But he did promise to address it. Now, my thoughts on that is this. He's attempting to address it right now because of the Obamacare subsidies. Healthcare can't get no higher, man. Like, people are already struggling. You can't have the government shut down and healthcare get higher while people are struggling. So he's trying to address the issue. But you're going to find out, and what we're going to go over is who you think is President Trump's biggest opponents to helping the people. Because lowering healthcare prices, he's obviously trying to help the people. Who do you think his biggest opponent is to help the people? It's his own party, man. It's unbelievable. And that's what we're talking about this morning. So I want to say again, what do you guys have to be thankful for? A lot to be thankful for. The real Barack O. Somebody is in the stream. They might be trolling. And they say, America needs me back. I will say during Barack Obama's time, America did have good days. A lot of good days. When Barack Obama first came into the presidency, America's economy was in turmoil. That's the case. I mean, he had years of successful job growth. He helped the people too. He provided health insurance to the people. Now, I know some people say that Obamacare isn't, the best insurance to have, but I'm saying the goal is an attempt to help the people. And in my opinion, it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. It doesn't matter. It's about helping the people. Guys, as y'all come into the stream, I ask y'all to double tap the screen for me. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you guys hit that notification bell. We got some people in here, so we're going to go ahead and jump into the content. What do you guys have to be thankful for? I have so much to be thankful for. I have so much more that I want to live for. I have so much more that I want to achieve with my life. And I fight for that on a daily basis. But I have so much right now to be thankful for. I've overcome so much in my life. Walking as a disabled veteran. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to talk about that. I want that to be in your mind today, tomorrow. We're going to talk about what do you have to be thankful for. You got a wife. You got a family. You got kids that love you. What do you have to be thankful for? Guys, once again, if y'all have not liked the video, I'm thankful for you guys liking the video. If you're on a cell phone, you could just double tap your screen. I ask that you guys will like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you guys hit that notification bell. Also, guys, I'll start off by saying, if you guys want to support the channel, all you have to do is hit the button with the $sign in it. That's a super chat. That's a super thanks. That's a super sticker. That's a gift. That's a channel membership. They start at $2.99. On this Thanksgiving, I will be thankful if you help support the channel. I rely on you guys, regular people like me and you, to do what I do, man. You know what I'm saying, guys? So let's go ahead and jump into the content. So, guys, President Trump's health care plan. We have heard the Democrats say for so long especially Kamala Harris. What's up, big VP Harris? That's my baby. For so long that the Republicans had a concept of a plan. But I'm saying President Trump has an actual health care plan that addresses the health care subsidies and the problems that we have with our health care system. Guys, according to ETN, if you don't know, he's on CNN. He's their numbers guy. Consumer sentiment is down 30 points from January. And that spells a disaster for the Republican Party. Consumer sentiment is down 30 points. That means that people are very less confident in the economy, the state of the economy, to be able to afford regular life stuff like groceries. It's a complete disaster for the Republican Party. Let me paint that picture clear for you. Our former president, Joseph Biden, was an old man. That is a fact. But his age didn't get the best of him in the election with the voters. I know a lot of people think that. A lot of people think that it was Joe Biden's age. How many of us in this stream think that? Republicans, independents, Democrats, you riding with Ghost Rider. We thankful this morning. Y'all jump down in the comment section. I see y'all down there. I appreciate that. Y'all let y'all voices be heard. It wasn't President Biden's age that did him in. That played a factor. That wasn't the main part. President Biden's immigration policy, just his immigration policy, was one of the worst I've seen in my lifetime out of any president. But it wasn't President Biden's immigration policy that got the best of him. You say, okay, Ghost, what got the best of President Biden? It was the cost of living and inflation. That's what got the best of President Biden. President Trump ran on this, being real, that he would lower the cost of living on day one. I hadn't told you guys nothing but facts. Forget what Big Ghost got to say. We saw special elections all over the country. And that segment of the population that makes less than $50,000 a year and the working class, those voters who are primary brown and black voters who are new to the Republican coalition, well, guys, those voters are going back to the Democratic Party. And I think President Trump sees this. I think he senses this. Y'all seen Mandami come to the White House? He senses the momentum is leaving him. He doesn't have to believe Harry or CNN to see that people are pessimistic, not optimistic. They're pessimistic about their short and long-term futures. And this is the same thing that got President Biden. That's why President Trump is president right now. If you guys have not liked the video, if you're on a cell phone, all you got to do is double tap the screen, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell. You riding with Ghosts. I appreciate the love. What you got to be thankful for? Guys, we going into December of the first year of President Trump's second term. I'm not sure if you can all the way blame President Trump on the economy. Now, I know I got Democrats who are like, what are you talking about? You see those tariff prices? It's his fault. It's not ours. The Republicans control the House, the Senate, and for peace sake, the Supreme Court too. You can't blame Joe Biden. And I agree with that sentiment. The Republicans must take responsibility for everything that happened in the country after January the 21st. Now, you might wonder who I'm sticking the blame on, other than President Trump, other than the Democrats. And I tell you, don't listen to Ghosts. Listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Who did Marjorie Taylor Greene blame the problems on? I know you're going to say President Trump because that's what catches the spotlight. But you got to listen closely. Because if you listen closely, she disagreed with President Trump on the Epstein issue. She had words of praise for President Trump, though. On everything else, she still loves him to this day. But not so much on Speaker Johnson. And Speaker Johnson, I love you, brother, but you are a perfect candidate to take the blame for the big, beautiful bill. Because it will be the 2026 midterms, and President Trump, he ain't on the ballot anyway. It'll basically be a majority congressional vote anyway. I know you got some governor races, you got some other things mixed in there, but it's mostly a referendum on President Trump's administration, but it's going to be congressional people on the ballot. So I'm going to tell you what Big Ghostwriter would do, because Big Ghostwriter got a big head. He a think tank. Like James Carville, baby. I'm a strategist, an independent political strategist, and peep my strategy. I'm telling you my strategy. I'm showing you right now for free. I'm giving the game to you for free, and you let me know if I ain't one of the best in the game. Listen to me. Don't lose my point. We gonna get back to where I'm going. I'm not going down no rabbit holes. What President Trump's saying, doing the weave, the bob, I ain't doing none of that. Y'all feel where we at. But I want to tell you something. I'm giving you an example here. Say I'm running Jasmine Crockett's Senate campaign in Texas. So Jasmine Crockett is a congresswoman from the 30th in Texas, and she's potentially going to run for Senate. That's a statewide race. Texas is so important in presidential national politics. The Republicans holding their national convention in 28 in Houston, baby. It's a red state, but it's primarily brown and black people. So they thinking that Texas might swing to the left. And then if Texas swing to the left, then the Republicans cannot win. So Texas is battleground American politics right now. So Jasmine Crockett running for the first Senate seat in the state of Texas, okay, as the first black woman. She might be the first woman. We'll look that up in just a second if she get this seat. You talking about a statewide race, okay? So don't lose the point. We still talking about what we was talking about if you guys are still following me. But I'm saying, to make this example as a political strategist, Jasmine says she want to run for that position. Jasmine, rock with me for just a second, okay? I, of course, would run against the Republican against her, who will probably be Paxton. And if Paxton is on the ballot, she posed against him, because the independents and the moderates will probably scare away from Paxton because of what he has been charged with as Attorney General of Texas. Now, I don't want to go all the way down the rabbit hole and discuss that. You'll have to go research some of this by yourself, because we got to get back to President Trump and his healthcare policy, okay? Now, what this has to do with my point, and my point is that President Trump, right, wrong, or different, is extremely popular, and even more so in Texas. So I don't think it would be smart for a Democrat to run against President Trump or his record in Texas in a statewide election, even though consumer sentiment is where it is. I just don't think that. There are typically more Republicans voting than Democrats in Texas. You say, Ghost, it might not be in the midterms, but I'm just telling you how Ghost gonna run this campaign. There are typically more Republicans voting than Democrats in Texas in the statewide election. So just saying President Trump isn't doing good enough on the economy, I don't think that gives you over the hump in a state election in Texas. Maybe it does with a white man, but remember, I told you Jasmine is a female and she's a black woman, and you talking about the state of Texas, so she has to overcome those things. So when she running in this election, in a statewide election in the state of Texas, as a black female running for that position, her downing on President Trump, I don't think that's going to get her over the hump. If she, listen to me now, follow me. If I was running Jasmine's campaign, I wouldn't run against President Trump. I would probably have Jasmine during her campaign to, number one, follow Mandami's lead. That's going to be for every candidate, Republicans and Democrats, follow Mandami's lead and start and finish every talking point with affordability. Y'all know when they have those talking points whenever they asking, y'all seen it in the debates. Hey, President so-and-so, candidate so-and-so, when you dealing with China, how would you deal with China? Oh, well, when I was dealing with China, you know, I come through and, you know what I'm saying, I stand firm and strong on China. But while I'm dealing with China, we got to deal with China to say that President Trump had the strongest economic growth in U.S. You know what I'm saying? And every question you ask about Ukraine, and they're going to go back to that same talking point, the strongest economic growth. I'm saying a candidate's talking point to start and finish with should be the pain of the people. If I'm running your campaign, just like y'all, they have those talking points I just demonstrated. The campaign, her talking point is going to be about the pain of the people and making Texas great, solving the problems of Texas. And we'll do this passionately every single time she open her mouth. That's number one. But number two, you got to run against a national Republican. You feel that? Just like you'll see them, she do it all the time, talking about President Trump. You saw, look at Mickey, okay? She's the governor of New Jersey, right? So she runs her campaign just like, look at Mandami. They're going to talk about President Trump during the campaign if you're a Democrat. In any city, any place, any state, because President Trump is the incumbent. You feel that? But I wouldn't run against President Trump. I wouldn't, especially in Texas, her being a black woman, I wouldn't go around Texas speaking negatively about President Trump on a campaign, not a campaign that Ghost is running. Because I need to get those independents and the moderates in Texas. Listen to me. I would run against Speaker Johnson. That's who I would run, Jasmine's campaign. If I was running her campaign, the national Republican I would run against would be Speaker Johnson. Speaker Johnson from Louisiana, and it neighbors Texas, so his popularity probably not that bad in Texas. But it isn't better than President Trump's. And that's facts. Moreover, if you just need a Republican to dump on, and or to blame America's economic woes on, I think that Speaker Johnson might be the perfect person to blame. And let me tell you why again. Ghostwriter cooking in here. This is a new train of thought. These ain't new talking. These ain't old talking points. These new talking points. If you ever just close your eyes and you listen to who I call President Trump's closest advisor, the Karl Rove of MAGA, Mr. MAGA himself, Steve Bannon. If you close your eyes and listen to Steve Bannon speak, that populist message can be heard. And sometimes they don't sound much different than Bernie Sanders. He'll sound just like Bernie Sanders. Steve Bannon has floated the idea to tax the rich. And before the passage of the big, beautiful bill, President Trump floated the idea to tax the rich as well. I know if you follow Big Ghostwriter, you heard Ghost talk about that. President Trump came out and said, tax the rich. Ghost was like, what? What? Tax the rich? What? Yes, Steve Bannon said that. President Trump said that. Listen to me now. I told you I'm getting to a point. You got to rock with me. However, Mike Johnson and the rest of the Republicans in Congress, they will have a cow and they wouldn't support it. We seen what happened. Nah, President Trump, That's the Republican Guard, the old Republican Guard. Now President Trump, come back, come back, come back. We can't tax the rich. I heard President Trump's idea about giving $2K to every American. And where do you think Mike Johnson stands on that? And what we will talk about today is President Trump's new health care plan, in which who stands to oppose President Trump's attempt to help the people with the health care plan? Members of President Trump's own party. So, guys, we're about to get into the news, but I'm hoping I'm explaining the picture clearly. I have heard President Trump say several times he is working with a Democrat or two on affordability, but he won't tell us who they are. Y'all think about that. Big Ghost been calling on President Trump to call Hakeem for how long, and he didn't call somebody. He didn't call the Democrat, and he working with the Democrat on the economy, but he won't tell us who the Democrats are. That's how splintered our system is right now. He gets criticized for unity, for putting his arm or his hand on Mandami. He's criticized for that. Look, I'm going to tell you like this. I told President Trump to call Hakeem. He might not be called Hakeem. You ask Ghost, who you think it is then, Ghost? If I had to make a guess, I'll probably say Big Bernie Sanders. Nah, I'm just playing. I don't know who it is. But I know they coming up with some really good ideas on healthcare. But Speaker Johnson, I think that's a knock on you. Because if the Democrats control Congress, I am 100% sure they would be okay with taxing the rich. I'm 100% sure if the Democrats controlled Congress, they wouldn't take SNAP benefits from nobody. The Democrats would easily extend the ACA subsidies and would have introduced by now at least one bill to Congress to properly address the affordability crisis. Now that I am pretty sure about if the Democrats control Congress. This is what Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about. So I'm sorry, Speaker Johnson, brother, I love you, but if I was running Jasmine's campaign in Texas, I wouldn't be running against President Trump. I would be running against you, Speaker Johnson. All of the blame for the economy can't go against President Trump. He's got to take ownership. He's the leader. As a matter of fact, like I just said, if I was in a red state and I needed a national politician to blame for the economic problems in America in a red state, I would check how popular President Trump was in that state, but I wouldn't blame President Trump in the 2026 midterms. He's not on the ballot anyway. Blame Speaker Johnson. Bet you get hundreds of thousands of Trump supporters to cross over and vote for you too. Because it wasn't President Trump's fault. It was Speaker Johnson's fault. If you guys have not liked the video, I ask that y'all double tap the screen for your boy Ghost Rider as y'all come in the stream. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Happy day before Thanksgiving. Also, guys, in this stream, everyone is welcome. I just ask that you guys be respectful to others. I welcome you guys, Republicans, Independents, and Democrats. Jump down in the comments and let your voices be heard. Now, let's start the conversation. One last thing, we do have to pay the bills. I don't have any sponsors yet. I'm not taking money from no party, no one else, President Trump, nobody ain't paying me. So, guys, super chat, super stickers, super thanks. They start at 99 cents. If you want to donate to the channel, you want to start a conversation or have your comment read, just hit the button with the $ in it, and your donations are much appreciated. So, guys, the source for our news story where we're going to start is with Politico, and it was published on November the 25th. But before we start the news this morning, President Trump, you are the leader. of the Republican Party. You either do it for your party or you do what MTG said and buck your party and stand up for the people. Fight for the people, President Trump. That's what time it is. This is how you be great, President Trump. This is how you be legendary, by fighting for the people. Donald Trump's health care plan is in limbo after pushback from guess who, guys? You got it right, Republicans, who were caught off guard by the president's forthcoming proposal, questioning, in particular, whether it would include additional abortion restrictions. The Republicans probably like, what? Abortion restrictions? Trump had been expected to unveil a new policy framework Monday afternoon, said two people familiar with the plan and granted anonymity to describe the deliberations around it. That framework was expected to center around a 2-year extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies with income caps and other new limits backed by conservatives. But while the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Monday that Trump remained focused on unveiling a health care proposal, that's a great job. She declined to get into the specifics about subsidy extensions or timeline for the rollout. I'll let the president speak for himself. That's a great job, President Trump. I think that it is of utmost importance that we work. That's like a problem that you can control, that the Democrats highlighted, that you cannot allow to get out of control. Those healthcare subsidies are so important. I've talked about this so many times. There's a woman right now who is a Trump supporter, and she's in Idaho, and she's paying $420 right now for her healthcare plan, and her plan finna jump to about $2,500 a month for her family of five. $2,200 a month. She can't afford no help. Now she finna be without health insurance on top of all the other problems we have in America right now. Now I'm going to be without health insurance too. It is very important that this is addressed. The Democrats stood on this. They highlighted this. So if the Republicans want to shoo and foo to throw this on top of the high price of beef, to throw this on top of the high price of, and the high price and the 30% of positivity and consumer sentiment. You can't afford no healthcare subsidy problem. People without health insurance, millions of Americans going without. You can't afford that right now. A White House official separately noted Trump's daily schedule never listed plans for Monday's rollout. The uncertainty around the timing of the announcement comes as Hill Republicans remain sharply divided over whether to extend the enhanced tax credits to prevent premiums from skyrocketing next year or to let them expire at the end of the year and coalesce around an alternative approach to keep health care costs down. One House Republican, granted anonymity to speak freely, said in an interview Monday that they needed to see what structural changes Trump might float, adding that GOP lawmakers should demand reforms in exchange for extending the subsidies. According to 3 additional people granted anonymity, they using that word this morning, to share details of the plan ahead of its release. Trump was preparing to place new income caps on individuals receiving subsidies and require minimum premium payments for Obamacare enrollees. He also was expected to propose an option for enrollees to receive part of their tax credit and a tax advantage savings account if they downgrade to a lower premium health plan. Well, guys, I'm gonna say this. If you guys are following the specifics of this, we'll talk about that in just a second. What I think is important about this information that I've given you to this point is that President Donald J. Trump, he has a health care plan for American people that he's unveiling. These are specifics Of course, he's grabbing on to the Obamacare subsidies, but it's of utmost importance that that issue is addressed. So it's a very positive thing to see him not only deal with this, because we talking about Ukraine tomorrow, and he's still got problems in the world dealing with. He's trying to get peace in Ukraine. But I'm telling you guys, he's working with a couple of Democrats on solving the healthcare issue. And I would say that's business number one for him. I say with healthcare, he playing catch up. Like getting the cost down, I'm saying really after a first year of being in office, you playing catch up on that as well. Because especially you saying you're going to get it down on day one, and the prices aren't down. I'm saying you got to get up with some people who know. Listen, Mike Johnson, this is just the hard truth. Mike Johnson, Speaker Johnson, you're not interested in making healthcare costs cheaper for Americans, or you got your own way of doing it that's not really addressing the issue. The Republican way of addressing economic issues is not helping the problem. It's not solving the problem. This is where the Republicans always implode. Okay, if you got an economic message that you want to not tax the rich, you want to take money from the poor and the poorest programs, the entitlement programs, to give it to the rich, you think you're going to stimulate the economy for the top down, that's fine and dandy. You can have those policies. I believe that Ronald Reagan had those policies as well. But Ronald Reagan had the wisdom and the foresight. And that's why I started off with my monologue talking about Steve Bannon and President Trump having the wisdom and the foresight to understand that that is not the only way that you can fix the economic issues in America. That's just one way of stimulating the economy. Big Ghost has said before, and I don't even know if that's the best way to stimulate the economy. The Democrats say to stimulate it from the bottom up. You give the money to the people who don't have money. People who don't have money, they're going to go out there and spend. And that spending is going to get your economy booming. People who do have money, the rich people, a lot of rich people, they spend too, but a lot of them, that's how they have money. They hold on to it. But that's neither here nor there. My whole argument to this whole thing is, even if the conservatives plan, Speaker Johnson, if really taxing the poor, that's what I would say. You taking from Social Security, you taking from SNAP, you taking from Medicare, you taking from Medicaid. Who is that hurting? And you giving tax breaks to Elon. I'm saying if that's the economic plan that you believe in, you have to realize that only 160 Americans work out of 347 million. So the majority of Americans who do not work, Speaker Johnson, what's your economic plan for them? That's the question. We talking about the veterans. We talking about disabled. We talking about 1 million or so homeless people. We talking about the children in America. We talking about the elderly. They don't work. What's your economic plan to address them? A disabled veteran, Speaker Johnson, what's your economic plan to help a disabled veteran buy a house? I told you it's more people who don't work than do work. And we looked at numbers the other day that said 25% of the people who do work, they still living paycheck to paycheck. So, Speaker Johnson, how do you help them? That's why the Republicans only won 1 in 4 elections, 1 in 5 presidential elections. In the last 5 presidential elections, they only won 2024. Because you got to help the people, man. Okay, you want to help the businesses. You want to get Elon a tax break. That's fine. That's not what Ghost say. Ghost say tax the rich. It's common sense. In this day of AI gonna take all the jobs. We finna have 15 to 30% unemployment in the next 10 years. I'm saying Walmart, Say they got 1,000 employees. AI come, now they only need 400 employees. Is Walmart making any less money? No, they's making the same amount of money. Well, then the people who can't find a job, how you gonna take care of them? You got to give them a stipend. You know how you do that? By taxing the rich. But Mike Johnson don't believe in that. I heard Steve Bannon say that. I heard President Trump say that. They understand that there is a need and a necessity. You could get money from tariffs, President Trump, but you got a $38 trillion debt, $38 trillion, and you not paying off or paying on that debt. You paying the interest on that debt, and the interest on that debt is so high. That's why you trying to take from the poor. You can't afford to give nobody no tax breaks. Nobody. You need to do them tariffs and tax the rich. President Trump, I got a question for you, and I'm going to get back to it, your healthcare plan, because this is a good stream for him, because I'm telling you what the problem is. It's not just President Trump, it's the Republicans in general. Listen, this is what I'm saying. So President Trump, like, if you recognize that $38 trillion deficit that you have, you a businessman, you got shrewd business instincts. So you understand increasing the revenue, you got to increase tariff revenue. I understand that. That's painful. You know what I'm saying? We had to fight and struggle through that, but we'll figure that out and get that situated or sorted out. My thing is so you got a game plan to give a tax cut to the rich people. My question is, President Trump, everything you done with the tariffs, with the 20 trillion you got in new investments, everything you've done to help get that 4% economic growth, almost 4% economic growth. My question is, if you didn't do the big, beautiful bill, and if you didn't do that tax cut that you did, if y'all didn't do the tax cuts, President Trump, you think that the economy would be any less worse than it was? I'm telling y'all, the stock market is finna hit new records. How many times have I came on here and said the stock market? It's just a good stream for President Trump today. It's a good stream for him today. Not so good for Speaker Johnson and the Republicans, but it's a good stream for President Trump. Look at the stock market. The stock market, the Dow Jones index finna be hit 47,000 points. Those are blowing it out the water. It's brand new records. People, their 401k is probably double or tripling. That helping a lot of Americans. That's just facts. It don't matter how we feel about it. That's just facts. But I'm saying, President Trump, I know you got to ride with your Republican homeboys, your Republican counterparts. You know, Mike Johnson, he all homie bro and them and stuff. But I'm saying, like, if you did not give a tax break to those rich people, President Trump, how you think your economy looked today? You think the stock market wouldn't still have those numbers? Yes, it would. If you weren't deporting all those people, President Trump, you don't think the stock market? Yes, it would. That's what I'm saying. I'm not against you being a Republican. I'm not against you. I don't think it matters if you come at it from a Republican or a Democrat. Listen to me, Ghost, he owns something today. I'm on it, bro. I could feel the thoughts in my mind. I could tell when they great thoughts. Listen, I don't think it matters if you come at it from a Republican angle or a Democratic angle. Y'all know how I told the story. Like, I'm going to New York City. Y'all, before I did We the People 10 in New York City, y'all go check out all the videos under the video tab. Before I did We the People 10, it's vlogs, all of them vlogs, documentary vlog type videos. Before I went to We the People, New York City, I said it's 5 ways to get to New York City from where I was. I was in Connecticut, but I came from up here in Peekskill. So I'm in the metropolitan of New York City, but I'm still 50 miles away from Lower Manhattan. So I'm saying I'm looking at a map to get to Lower Manhattan from where I'm at. It's like 4 different ways to get to Lower Manhattan. Going to Central Park, same place. 4 different ways. So whenever I look at, listen to me now, listen to me. Whenever I look at a Republican or a Democrat, it's just one of those 4 ways to get there. President Trump got his way. Republicans got that. Everybody get it. It's just that's just one of the four ways. Here's what I'm saying. During one of the four ways to get to New York City, it's gonna come a point to where you're gonna have to break from that path to get on this path, because this path is the only way to get there correctly and quickest. Let me break that down for you. All four ways going south. I wish I had a map to show y'all right now. All four ways going south. When you're 50 miles away, they all going south. They're all going to the same place. Some roads going to break this way, some roads. So this is the defection point. This is the point where President Trump has to break from the Republican Party. I served your interests, Speaker Johnson. Who the leader? Thune? The majority leader in the Senate. I served the interests of the Republicans. I gave you the biggest tax break in U.S. history. The mic drop. I'm saying, like, what else could you want from me? I gave y'all that. So that's the Republican road to get to New York City. But there's a point where you got to pick up the phone and you got to call Hakeem, because the way the system is designed, only a certain part of the country, President Trump, your interest is only going to serve those Republican people. It might serve some Democrats. I'm sure President Trump's policies is helping Mark Cuban. It's just helping build rich people. His policies, I mean, it's people who investing in the stock market and getting rich. But those are the investor class. That's not regular, everyday Americans. But to stay on point, though, going to New York City, there's a point, though, them four different ways where only one of them ways is going to get you there the quickest and most efficient way. And so to get there now, President Trump, you got to call a Democrat, because they are for. This is what the Democrats do. They specialize in helping people, or what the Republicans say, giving away stuff that they can't afford. The Democrats specialize in this right here. So that's why I'm saying, thanking President Trump, this is time to call a Democrat because look, if the best thing that might happen for America is the Democrats take over Congress. President Trump might not think that it might be, because they're going to get after some stuff. But if you had a working relationship with them, this is how you beat Bill Clinton. Because President Trump said he working with two Democrats, but the Democrats don't control. The Democrats control Congress. They could bring this, well, just like President Trump would say an idea that all the Republicans for, the big, beautiful bill. Okay? So President Trump would say an idea with the big, beautiful bill. All the Republicans are for that, right? So Mike Johnson will bring it to the floor. He'll bring it to a vote. They'll bring it to a vote in the Senate. What I'm saying, Mike and them, they ain't trying to bring none of this to he's taxed the rich. You know, President Trump would say that. Mike Johnson, if he was for it, he'll bring it to a vote. He ain't gonna bring it to a vote though in Congress. So President Trump just up there saying that President Trump can't write the bill and sign it himself. That's what I'm saying. If the Democrats were in control right now, though, he wouldn't need no Republicans. But he need the Republicans now. But the best way to Central Park, we done went down the 4 lanes. We went 4 different ways. So what I'm saying, President Trump, you need to cross over. And some of that crossover you got to do is in the Democrat lane. The rest of your party, they don't want to come with you, but you got to make a choice. You got to choose the American people and choose greatness. Or you got to choose your party. These policy changes align with what many conservatives have been seeking. But it wasn't clear Monday whether the plan will also include expanded restrictions under the so-called Hyde Amendment, which bans federal funds from being used for abortions. One of the people who described the tentative plan, and 2 other people granted anonymity to disclose private discussions, said congressional Republicans still don't know how Trump's proposal will deal with that thorny issue. So President Trump, he probably ain't really talking to Republicans too much. But it's a great sign to see that they addressing it and they working on it. Guys, if y'all have not liked the video, I ask that y'all like the video. If you on the phone, double tap the screen, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you guys hit that notification bell. Guys, I want to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody in this stream. Thank y'all for being with Big Ghostwriter this morning, man. We talking about some real important stuff in here today. You know what I'm saying? If you guys want to donate to the channel, your donations is how I do these live streams. It would surely be appreciated. If you want to start a conversation, have your comment read, have your comment highlighted, just hit the button, guys, with the $ in it. And like I said, your donations are truly appreciated, okay? So the Affordable Care Act has always barred federal subsidies for paying for abortion, but left it up to states to determine whether health insurance plans in the individual market could cover abortion using other funding. Marjorie Danfelser, the president of the SBA Pro-Life America, reiterated in a statement Monday her anti-abortion group would penalize any lawmaker who votes for a subsidies extension without additional abortion guardrails that ban nationwide coverage. We oppose any health care plan that fails to include this safeguard, she said. Our position is consistent and will not change. Trump's plan to extend the ACA credits, even with changes sought by conservatives, also blindsided some Hill Republicans who have dug in against any bipartisan deal to extend the credits. Guys, listen to that. To me, that's where it's at. The political news story, this is where it's at. Marjorie Taylor Greene seen it coming. There is a Republican bloodbath coming. It is a Republican bloodbath coming. I don't see how y'all don't see it. President Trump is not on the ballot. That means he is not. But I heard Mike Johnson or somebody say, oh, President Trump is on the ballot. Yeah, he might be on the ballot in y'all's mind. And some people, they might say he is. It's a referendum on his agenda. But in reality, his name ain't on the ballot. He gonna pull voters even when things are bad or he's not doing good. He got a base that is not just MAGA, it's a Trump base. He's one of the most popular human beings on the whole face of the earth. And he's a formidable candidate in any kind of election, but he's not on the ballot. You have Republicans who are on the ballot, and they have dug in against any bipartisan deal to extend the credits. So what President Trump, if you over there skinning and grinning with your party, you not being an astute politician. Because your party, a lot of members of your party saying they don't care if Americans' health care insurance is tripled. They don't care. You say, Ghost, that's not fair. They're not saying they don't care. They just think that the Affordable Care Act is not a good insurance plan. Maybe it's not. But I'm saying in the meantime, anybody with any common sense know that, hey, that lady in Idaho that voted Republican, a family of 5, if you got any compassion and you care at all, well, her health insurance is about to triple. Oh, maybe it ain't triple. Maybe it's like 8 times higher. She can't afford it. Now she ain't got health insurance. Now you got another crisis that you got to deal with. You finna have millions of Americans who do not have health insurance. Bernie Sanders and them saying it's gonna cause deaths. So you got millions of Americans with no health insurance. That's a new problem. And you just gonna say, hey, we gonna fix that down the road. You gonna fix this millions of Americans with no health insurance. You gonna fix that down the road like you gonna fix this right here. Like you fixing anything else in America. That we not gonna buy that. I'm saying you talking all next year. People's health care have skyrocketed. All next year. People before President Trump, they voted for President Trump thinking that he was going to lower the cost of goods and we were going to go back to that first Trump term presidency. We was going to go back to that Trump term presidency where everything was cheaper before President Biden come in here and everything that went through the roof after COVID. They blamed that on President Biden, but that wasn't President Biden's fault. The people didn't understand that, but President Trump embraced it and stood against, and because of that, he's owning it. But President Trump is serving to 2029, January 2029. They voting for the House Republicans who are digging in against bipartisan. I think that is a grave mistake. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene seen that. I think she's seeing what with Speaker Johnson, and I think it's just business as usual. I'm not putting no extra bad spotlight on you, Speaker Johnson. I just don't agree with the economic policies that the Republicans have. I agree with the social policies. I agree with a lot of policies from Republicans. But this economic issue, y'all think about this. Y'all rock with Big Ghost. I'm staying on this point for just a second. Rock with me now. Let me ramble for a little bit. Think about the last Republican president you had in the White House was George Bush Jr., the second. HW, I believe. I got mad love for President Bush. He from the state of Texas. His father wrote the Americans with Disabilities Act and write it. He signed it into law. I'm a disabled veteran. I pay homage. Great state of Texas. If you go to the Instagram pages for Miller Ray Legal and Legal Wars Live and on this YouTube page, you'll see in College Station at President Bush's library, I showed a lot of love. What I want to say, though, when President Bush was the last time a Republican was in the White House, right, wrong, or indifference, the economy got in the trash can. Am I right, wrong, or what? When President Bush left the White House, the economy was the housing market. I mean, it was a crisis, economic crisis. Am I right or wrong? And President Obama came in and he cleaned it up. So you have President Trump come in the White House. And when President Trump left the White House, even though we know it was COVID and it wasn't necessarily his fault, it still was an economic crisis, bruh. I'm saying it's like every time the Republicans leave like an economic mess. And it's like after all this time, it's like they don't understand, they don't see it, and they want to give tax breaks to rich people, and they want to cut entitlement programs. That's been their strategy. Rock with me. For the last how many years have it been the Republican strategy to cut taxes for rich people? And they always talk about spending, even though cutting taxes is more spending than anything, really. But you talk about spending, you got real honest Republicans like from the state of Kentucky. Shout out Kentucky, man. I salute Kentucky Republicans, man, like Rand Paul and Thomas Massey, who care about the economy and the $38 trillion debt. But what I'm saying is they always talking about they care about spending. So they want to cut programs for poor people. And at the same time they cutting programs, they're giving rich people tax breaks. So I'm saying you worried about a deficit. You had 8 years of President Bush. How much the deficit that you cut? Republican Party. I just want y'all to see y'all policies. I'm putting a light on the policies of the Republican Party this morning. This ain't got nothing to do with President Trump. Because I hear him say tax the rich. I hear him with this. I hear President Trump trying. He's smart for separating from his party. Because that way, even though he ain't got to run again, he's not getting blamed for this. He's trying. But I'm saying the Republican Party, y'all had President Trump now, and this the second time you had George Bush for 8 years. So I'm saying, listen, I'm going to do this. The Republicans, their primary reason, guys, for wanting to cut entitlement programs, right, is because of our $38 trillion deficit, right? So, what presidents added the most to the U.S. debt? Let's see. Which presidents added the most to the U.S. debt? I'm trying to show. You know how America declared a war on drugs? And we see it didn't work. How we see it didn't work? Because in 1980, after Nancy Reagan and them did that, we look at the statistics in 2025 and drug use has increased dramatically across all segments of the U.S. population. Now, there's factors to why those numbers look like that. There's other factors besides just, but I'm saying, like, that war on drugs, that's not how you combat drug use. We found that out. Well, I'm saying, when does the Republicans find out that your policies is how you, this is not how you grow an economy. You can grow a working class with tax cuts, possibly. But you're not gonna grow. America's economy is much bigger. That the Republicans, to make a long story short, that cutting taxes for rich people, that's a outdated. Those policies are outdated. They don't work. Cutting tax for the rich. Listen, who gonna clip this? YouTube, y'all clipping this? Cause then you need to clip this. This needs to be a story that I promote. Cutting taxes for the rich. It's just the same as Nancy Reagan's war on drugs. Those are two policies that are outdated and do not work. The war on drugs did not work. You did not stop drug use by that didn't work. That's not how you do it. I think you can legalize marijuana and you can legalize drugs, that certain drugs, and I think that's how you cut down the drug usage. Ghost will put you somewhere you ain't been. Ain't nobody think like me. I'm an outside the box thinker. Yeah, you legalize that drug, that's how you gonna cut down the drug usage. Yeah, legalize it. You got to know what you're doing. You can't just legalize it and let everybody freely use. But in the state of Michigan, you go to these smoking weed ain't no thing. It's legal. You ain't got to go on the black market and it's legal. Ain't nobody care about it. It's legal. You took the aura or the aurora or whatever away from it when you legalized it. Now it's not, little kids, just because something is wrong, they want to go do what's wrong. You got to have wisdom to be able to see this. This one I'm telling you, the presidents that added the most to the national debt, okay, Barack Obama from 2009 to 2017, he added 8.34 trillion. Joe Biden, 6.17 trillion. So the Republicans' argument saying the Democrat added to the national debt, but Donald Trump increased the debt from 8.18 trillion for 2017 to 2021 in 4 years. I'm saying Joe Biden number two, 6.17 trillion in 4 years, but I'm saying Donald Trump, you say that's because of COVID, but what I'm saying, you could go back to George W. Bush. And we going to say how much he increased the debt, bro. I'm saying the Republicans, your policies do not work. For some reason, it does not work. Good morning, Sandra Wells. Good morning. Good morning. As y'all come into the stream, I ask that y'all double tap the screen for me. If you on a cell phone, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell, bro. That trickle down economics does not work. Trickle-down economics is a failed policy like the Reagan's war on drugs. The best president in my lifetime, and I was born in 1980 when Ronald Reagan took office, is Ronald Reagan. Bottom line. Best president ever. He would be on my Mount Rushmore, my top 5 presidents of all time. I would put Ronald Reagan on there, boy. But that war on drugs wasn't it. You have to take a new route. In Switzerland, they legalized drugs. And while legalized drugs, listen, they legalized drugs. They took money that they get from taxes off the drugs, and to set up programs to help the kids not do drugs. So over I'm talking about they legalized drugs. I wouldn't legalize. They legalized shrooms. I don't know if it's what I'll pull it for y'all. One of those European countries, they legalized all drugs. It's legal. But they got the lowest drug usage in the world. Listen to me. The countries with the drugs legal, all drugs legal. Like you going to the store to get some acid. Oh, guys, I want to take some LSD today. Let's go to the store, a dispensary, to get freaking LSD. Yeah, I think they did that, and somebody said like in America too, in the state of Washington. Yeah, guys, like look, those over a period of time, I'm gonna take and I'm gonna legalize this drug. And I'm going to tax them how I want to. I'm going to regulate and control it. We ain't got a black market no more. It cuts down the crime too. Because the crackheads ain't got to go to they're not going to a street to get the drug. They coming to us to get the drug. We the drug dealers. They coming to the dispensaries to buy the drugs. We scanning their IDs so we know how much drug, and we tracking it. Now we controlling it, and we getting tax dollars. So I could pay more police officers to help me do this now. I'm robbing the drug dealers. That's how you rob the drug dealers. You get rid of them. Good. Oh, man, Isaac Newton, thank you for that $5 donation, guys. I want everybody in the stream right now to like Isaac Newton's donation. He says central banking is the reason for almost all issues in the world. No politician can fix everything so long as we have a Federal Reserve. You are absolutely correct. But while we have the Federal Reserve, President Trump said to tax the rich. What Democrat gonna say something against that? President Trump said to tax the rich while we have a Federal Reserve. What Democrat gonna say something? You want me to play it for you? Y'all want me to do a vlog video where President Trump says tax the rich? I'll do a video of him in his own words saying that. But why he can't do it? Why he can't get it across? Why he can't do it, get it done, Isaac Newton? Like Marjorie Taylor Greene said, the problem is some things going on in the Republican Party. I stand against the Republican Party for the economic problems in America because they are pushing and standing against President Trump. That's what we talking about this morning, Isaac Newton. We talking about President Trump have a health care plan, which he's working, I guess, with some Democrats on. So you got some Republicans, they mad and they upset about it, and they're dug in against it. They dug in against a bipartisan deal. You got Republicans right now standing all 10 that say we don't want to extend the health care subsidies. We don't care how much the American people and lose health care. We don't care how much their insurance go up. We're not extending those subsidies. But since we so firm and standing so firm on everything, we didn't stand firm on Elon's tax cut. Elon, you can have a tax cut though, but we can't extend no health care subsidy because we care about the deficit. But Elon, you can have a tax cut though. Jeff Bezos, you don't have to pay no taxes. We gonna go get it from Ghostwriter. He a disabled veteran on Social Security, but we gonna find some kind of way to take money from him. And we gonna let Jeff Bezos. I come in the room. I got $100, y'all. I put $100 on the floor. Capitalistic. It's gonna spread out evenly. We ain't gotta do no communist stuff. It's gonna spread out evenly. It's 10 people in the room. I put 100 on the floor. I come back in and one man got $90. What's the first thing you're going to say? You're going to try to get the money spread around evenly. That's what's supposed to be happening. Not you're going to say, I'm going to try to take money from Ghostwriter. He ain't got no money, but I'm going to try to take it from him and give it to Elon. I'm going to take money from the 9 people who's struggling for $1 and give it to the one man who got $9. One man got $9 and the rest of the world's fighting for $1. Yeah, 3%. What's the percentage of the world population got all the wealth? Everybody else fighting for the crumbs. And my tax plan is to help the situation when I come in the room is to take the money from the ones who fighting for the dollar and give it. He want the other 9 people to starve, and the one man, he gonna have all the money. He got everything. And everybody else in the world starving, and 3% they gonna live. Who gonna make y'all products? Who gonna make your shoes and your clothes if you don't have poor people? You need the poor. That's how you rich. Because you got poor people. They not that smart, though. They smart. They just not that smart. So you got to throw them more than crumbs sometimes. I don't know what's up with that Republican Party, President Trump. You just going to have to break with him and break hard with him. Listen, this is what I'm saying. Y'all listen to this. President Trump, I wish I could talk to you or speak to you directly. Understand something. This is what could happen. This is what can, should, and would happen. President Trump, some Republicans are going to vote for you. Who vote with you. You need allies. I know in the Senate, I know what's Missouri Senator named Josh Hawley. Like, I got so much respect for him. He a young, bright conservative. I think he'll vote for you for ACA subsidy. President Trump, you got to get your Republican allies. Now, with Speaker Johnson, I'm not sure how you're going to do this. I'm not sure how you're going to get the bill introduced to the floor, but you just going to have to turn his arm. Speaker Johnson, you just going to have to do this. I don't care if the Republicans don't want, I don't care about none of that. I care about what I was elected to do, and that's to help the people. Speaker Johnson, help the people. Don't tell them, give me no scientific philosophy about how you stimulating the economy and your economic cuts and your economic growth. People struggling. They out here down bad. I don't want to hear why you going and getting in your Tempur-Pedic bed and you eating your caviar and drinking your eggnog like Tupac said, living your happy, good life, and you got a man out there, he's straight, he ain't got nothing. He needs something. He ain't on no drugs. He ain't strung out. He just hit a bad spot in life. Come help the people. They voted for you because you promised to help them on day one. On day one. Now you got President Trump. He trying to help them. And guess who's standing in his way? Don't worry about it. What's this, December? It's December. You know what that means? You got less than 11 months, and it's going to be payday coming for the Republican Party. I'm talking a bloodbath. A bloodbath. Whole country just blue everywhere. Everything blue. Paint Texas blue. You know, California redistrict painted blue. Might even mess around and paint Florida blue. Paint it all blue. Just paint it blue. Just paint it blue. You got a Republican president. You still got the Supreme Court. You got conservatives on the Supreme Court. America, this is what we gonna do. You know, big ghostwriter, he tapped in with the biggest, with the business of America. I'm one of the biggest patriots. America, this is what we finna do. We finna paint everything blue. You got a Republican president and a Republican Supreme Court. You got a Speaker of the House who want to give Elon a tax break, but he don't want to help no poor people. He don't want no snap cut. We gonna paint everything blue. Jasmine, you see how I'm running your campaign? Speaker Johnson ain't never running for no position in Texas. Never. And he an easy candidate to blame these problems on. If you running for a statewide position in Texas, a black female attacking President Trump is good. You could laugh all you want to. I'm telling you, you up. If you was a white male, you might could attack President Trump freely. But I'm saying I wouldn't attack him. I wouldn't have Jasmine. If I was running her campaign, I would. You gotta have a national Republican enemy. They're the incumbent party. So President Trump would be the natural person to blame for the problems on the economy, but Speaker Johnson a close second, and he way less popular than President Trump in any state but maybe Louisiana across America. You talking about President Trump. He is the MAGA Republicans. They breaking with him a little bit, but not enough. He got firm control of that party. I run against Speaker Johnson. He blocking progress. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene said, If I was running Jasmine, your campaign, all those clips of Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about Speaker Johnson blocking progress, that'd be my theme line. Of course, you on the oversight committee, you gotta hit President Trump. You gonna hit them sometimes. You got your constituents. There's people in the state of Texas. You got to speak to that crowd that's against Republicans or against. But I'm saying the basis of my campaign outside affordability, when I want to start attacking people for the problems, when I want to speak, listen, the affordability is going to allow me to speak to who's been in control. The people want to know what you gonna do for them. You got to tell them why they vote for me. Why they gonna vote for me, Jasmine Crockett? What's gonna make you vote for me? I'll talk to Republicans too. That's the thing about having an independent run your campaign instead of a Republican, because I'm gonna talk to everybody, not just Democrats. You're gonna get all the Democrats charged. You gotta charge the base up. Because I think you charging up the base, especially in a down year election, the Democrats have more enthusiasm than the Republicans, so you could get an edge just by charging up your base. But I'm not going to charge up the MAGA base either, because the MAGA base going to beat you in Texas. And I think you dogging on President Trump during a statewide election in the state of Texas, I don't think that's good. That'll benefit you the most. I think you could give Mike Johnson the best. Because you're going to talk about the problems people have, and you going into the community, you talking to the constituents, and you listening to their problems that they having. So when you go give your campaign, your rally, you got to blame that on somebody. The Republicans in control, you running against a Republican who in the Senate, I'm going to blame Mike Johnson. I know that we've had different ideas in our conference, House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, a Republican in Minnesota. That's who I'm blaming for the economy. If I'm running in the red state, if I'm running in New York City, I'm going to do like Mendami did. I'm going to blame President Trump. Look at your numbers. You 5-1, 5 Democrats to 1 Republican. But I'm saying you running in the red state, you got a lot of independents who voted for President Trump in Texas. You run the numbers. I don't have to run the numbers. I got it. It's in my head like the Rain Man. I already know. You got a lot of independents in the red state in the state of Texas that voted for President Trump. You got a lot of swing voters that voted for President Trump. It's easily to persuade them in Texas. That's why the state red. But it don't make sense that the state be red because you got more minority voters in Texas than you do anything else. The demographics of Texas leads you to think that Texas should be blue. Don't tip the scales too much. You want to get as many voters as you want to, baby. We're going to run against Mike Johnson. We're going to hit President Trump too, but we're not going to hit him that hard. We're going to devastate Mike Johnson. We putting all this blame on Mike Johnson. We putting all this blame on Tom Emmer. That's what he said on Fox News Network. I think we're going to hear more from the White House. President Trump trying to solve a problem that Mike Johnson should be solving. Mike Johnson, I love you, baby. You a good Christian man. But I'm on your head top this morning. Because President Trump is putting forth a health care, which is fine. He is the leader of the Republican Party. This is what he should do, which is fine. He's putting forth the health care plan for the American people to address the shutdown as he promised. He looked like he cared. President Trump, it looked like you care about the people. You talking about giving people $2,000 too, but said it's got to go through Congress. I heard you say tax the rich. I'm saying, President Trump, I could get a montage of clips that you said that it sound like you Bernie Sanders, like you on the Democrat side, or you on our side, you on the people's side, President Trump. It sound like, but you got somebody blocking you. House GOP leadership last week gave a presentation to the House Republican Conference slamming the subsidies for perpetuating what they dubbed the Unaffordable Care Act, a moniker Emmer repeated Monday. So now they slamming the subsidies. Bro, I'm telling you, ooh, it's like, man, you got the it's like you got a Democrat. Who in charge of the Republican Party right now? Besides President Trump. I'm talking about the convention. or the National Party? Who in charge of? I know Lord Trump and them were in charge. I don't think they are no more. So who running? Let's look it up real quick, y'all. Who's in charge of the Republican Party right now? It's like you got a Democrat in charge of the Republican Party. Who in charge of the Republican Party? Who's in charge of the Republican Party right now? Where your strategy at? Y'all finna get mollywopped. I could tell. John Gruters, the chair of the Republican National Committee, President Trump, fire him tomorrow. Cause I'm telling y'all finna get mollywopped. I'm saying you don't have no strategy. What's your strategy? They don't have a strategy. President Trump coming up with the strategy. Do you talk about the Democrats don't have a strategy? Them Affordable Care Act, that's going to sink you. That'll destroy you. That'll motivate that voter in Idaho. She probably going to vote anyway. But let's say you have a lot of brown voters who might not vote. They voted for President Trump, but they might not vote. They swing voters. But I'm saying they losing their benefits, they losing all this stuff. You gonna make them vote against you. President Trump is astute about this. Speaker Johnson, you are not. You are going to lose that gavel. You gonna make them vote against the Republicans. I'm saying make this make sense. What message are you sending to the American people saying that you don't care that their Affordable Care Act subsidies get extended? What's going on with the Republican Party? They don't care about the people. See, Kanye, he said George Bush didn't care about the people, care about black people. I can't say that about President Trump. This is his health care policy. We got on President Trump. We started bagging on President Trump, and he coming up with some kind of solutions. He trying. $2,000. We give them $2,000 then. They hurting, I give them $2,000. They hurting, I do a health care plan and give them the money directly instead of giving it to the insurance company. They hurt. I don't want to extend these Obamacare subsidies, but it's going to give me some time to create a new plan. He out there getting in the work. I'm saying, Speaker Johnson, you going to have to hit these networks and tell us what you doing for the people. Because we see what you did for Elon and Jeff Bezos. What you doing for the poor? Oh, I gave a tax cut. That's to all Americans. Ghost don't know what he's talking about. I gave a tax break to working American. How much was the Affordable Care Act? Let's see. Speaker Johnson, hold on a second. Affordable Care Act. Oh, I'm sorry. The big beautiful bill. How much of a tax break did the regular American worker get? Okie dokie. The big beautiful bill provides significant tax relief for regular Americans, particularly for for higher income households. Households with annual incomes of about $217,000 or more, an average cut of 60 racks. If you make over $200,000, he gave them $60,000, and he trying to close a SNAP benefit program. The Republican Party said euthanize the poor, the homeless, put the homeless to death, and give the money to the rich people. And they Christians. This is the moral value party. They represent Jesus. This Jesus ministry right here, to kill the homeless people and give the money to the rich people. The Republican Party, the party of Jesus. It ain't gonna work on Ghost. I'm gonna see through all your fakeness, boy. I'm gonna call you on your fakeness. I'm gonna call you. You will never meet somebody with no mind like mine. Never. I prosecute the strongest of us. That's who God made me to be. You giving a $60,000 tax break to people who make over $217,000 a year, and you taking SNAP benefits and all these benefits from poor people. The highest earner would continue to be taxed at a 37% rate instead of a 39% rate. Overall, 85% of households are projected to see a tax cut in 2026, although the percentages of the cuts will decrease over time. It ain't nothing wrong with that. I just want to see those voters who make $50,000 or less a year. How much of a tax break did you give them? This is the Providence Journal. That's where this information is coming from. I want to see if you make $0 to $9,000 a year, you got a 10% tax rate. I don't want to see the tax rate. I want to see how much money they're going to save. If you want to give a tax break to all Americans, the $0 to $9,000 a year, why should they have to pay taxes at all? If you're making $10,000 or less a year, you shouldn't have to pay no taxes. How much money are you collecting for people who make less than $10,000 a year? Some peanuts? It's like the mentality or the thought processes. But the people who making $200,000 a year, you gonna give them a tax break. President Trump getting tariff money is great, but that's not sustainable. Well, you see that. You in the Supreme Court now because of them tariffs. Somebody gonna be suing you again in the next 12 months. Something happened with a tariff. They lost some money. It's not sustainable. I don't think the tariffs, it's just like a trade embargo. A trade embargo is not meant to stay in place forever. It's just a temporary fix to deal with a problem. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying it's the same thing with those. It's not sustainable with them tariffs. You're going to have to get revenue some other kind of way. So these taxes is important. Not all Republicans reacted negatively to the news of a forthcoming health policy announcement from Trump. President Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene gonna ride with you if you extend them healthcare subsidies. I bet you Thomas Massey will. The people you going up against, President Trump, they'll ride with you. Because you know you're going to get all the Democrats voting for it. All you need is a couple Republicans. And you got to go pimp slap Mike Johnson and make him bring it to the floor. He said he ain't going to be the Speaker of the House next year. He ain't going to be the Speaker anyway. Because with y'all policies, the Democrats finna come take the gavel. So we got Representative Tom Burkett said in an interview Monday, credited the president with having some guts. I credit him too, to get lawmakers to the table. President Trump, you showing leadership. Trump's forthcoming framework, Burkett added, starts the negotiating. I agree with you 1,000%. I don't like the subsidies. The Tennessee Republican continued. Someone sound like they got some common sense. But everybody griping about it doesn't have a plan. Go get some guts, put up a plan, or get the heck out the way. Man, come on, bro. Tim Burkett. Y'all give a round of applause for the Republican lawmaker from Tennessee, Representative Tim Burkett. Y'all give them a round of applause. Somebody sound like they got some sense in here. We got a Republican with some sense in here, y'all. Let's give a round of applause for some Republicans who got some common sense. Down there in the state of Tennessee, the beautiful state of Tennessee. We got Tim Burkett. He said he don't like the subsidies either, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, Speaker Johnson. He said he don't like them either. But griping about it, that ain't no plan. Where your plan at, Speaker Johnson? Put a plan on the floor then. The people griping about it don't have a plan. Go get some guts. Put up a plan or get out the way. I agree with that sentiment. Burkett also said the White House will now roll out the plan on Tuesday. underscoring confusion and mixed messaging around the forthcoming presentation. President Trump, I didn't see the plan yesterday. When you come in with the plan, you need to roll that plan out. President Trump, not only would I roll out this healthcare plan, I'm going to roll out some other plans too to address. I got a housing plan too. I'm talking about President Trump. Get Scott B. Just like Scott B and them overseas, they deal after deal. I'm talking about hustling. Marco, I see you, baby. Over there in Ukraine, that boy hustling peace. I need to make a whole vlog about that. The Trump administration, the peace hustler. That boy hustling peace, like your boy Ghostwriter be hustling truth. He over worldwide hustling peace. He's selling peace to everybody but Venezuela. I'm sorry, guys. Some of y'all don't find that funny. I do. Blowing a drug lord out the water in a boat, I don't find that disturbing. I find that's about I don't have no problems with it. I know it might be illegal and that might not be the right way to do it, but it's funny to me. They getting what they deserve. But what I'm saying, President Trump, I see y'all hustling peace, but just like you spend that time and that energy hustling peace, it's like he be listening to ghosts, man. I'm not saying he listening to ghosts, but after I do the stream, I'm saying the stuff be happening and it's for his benefit. I'm telling you, President Trump, listen to me. How can you fixing the healthcare subsidies hurt you at all? How would that hurt you politically or hurt you in an election, President Trump, fixing healthcare subsidies for America? And what's wrong with doing that? That's the right thing to do. Feeding a homeless person or poor people or solving a homeless problem, how would that hurt you, Mike Johnson, politically? Make it make sense. How can helping a poor or harmless person hurt you politically? It cannot hurt you. How can it hurt you? Levitt left open a broad array of possibilities for the final White House plan Monday, including that it might not ultimately include a subsidy extension. As specifically, if that provision would be included, she told reporters, as you all know, sometimes you report things and then President Trump comes out with an announcement and those things are not always true. Some Democrats express cautious optimism. Some Democrats expressed cautious optimism about learning that Trump was preparing to embrace an extension of the ACA credits. This is how you be great. This is how you be great, President Trump. This is how you great. Y'all want to do the dance again? The Mandami dance. Some Democrats express cautious optimism. The Democrats don't have no problem with you fixing them subsidies. That's why they shut the government down over them subsidies. So I'm saying, President Trump, the Republicans got a problem with the subsidies, but they don't have a plan to fix the healthcare premium tripling. The only plan they have is saying, Obamacare sucks. Oh, really, it does. Obamacare sucks. Who thinks Obamacare sucks? Maybe it does suck, but it provided insurance to millions of Americans. And without those subsidies, millions of Americans are going to lose insurance. And that's like a healthcare crisis. You are creating problems. We can't complain and gripe about how bad Obamacare is. Maybe Obamacare is the worst policy ever came up in the world. I know I got Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and I am on disability right now because of Obamacare. I'll prove it to you guys. It ain't no prop. It ain't no prop. Where big Governor Abbott at? State of Texas. Yes, indeed. You know what I'm saying? I got my Medicare now, but here you go, right here. Blue Cross Blue Shield, Obamacare. Obamacare. When I couldn't afford insurance, my medicine, paid for my medicine, paid for my doctor's visit, paid for my health care. Obamacare did for a whole year. Because of that, I ended up getting disability insurance. because I could afford to go to the doctor because of Obamacare. So you can't say there ain't no good to the insurance. Maybe the insurance ain't the best healthcare plan in the world. What's your plan? President Trump ain't got no concept of a plan. He unveiling a real plan with real policies. And all Mike Johnson you got to do is to stand against it. Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene, it sounds like what she's saying about you is true, my guy. President Trump took your side and ran her out the party because she was bad-mouthing you. She stood up against you, Mike Johnson, and President Trump on them Epstein files. And if he listening to your leadership, Mike Johnson, I think you are leading him wrong. You should have just advised him to just release. I told you what to do about the Epstein files. I did a stream on that. AG Bondi told him when his name was mentioned, go get every instance my name is mentioned in there. If there's a mention in the Epstein files that I stuck my finger up Ghislaine Maxwell booty hole, I stuck my pinky up her booty hole, and I know that's going to eventually come out since they passed the law. The Democrats ain't going to let this go. That's going to eventually come out. Well, since that's going to come out, I'm going to go get ahead of me, and I'm going to run damage control on that. But now, Mike Johnson, he want to try to block it, and the Democrats and some brave Republicans came up with a way to make a bill for make you have to release, and you might as well release. Stop trying to hide the information. It's going to make people think something wrong. People have seen pictures of President Trump with his arm around Jeffrey. You got to have common sense now. Common sense ain't common. But they seen pictures of President Trump with his arm around Jeffrey. Don't you know that a normal person wondering? We looking for evidence. I don't think we never gonna find no evidence, but what really happened at them Epstein parties? I read stories about how Bill Clinton, they took, what's her name, on a trip to Africa. They got they flying Learjets with 14 and 15 years old to Africa. And President Trump, you right in the middle of that. So people gonna wonder what's going on. So I'm saying, Mike Johnson, the way you handled that whole Epstein situation, you should have just put that information out there a long time ago. And just dealt with the fallout and get on about the business of America. But you done made it a big deal that I think hurt. And I think the Republicans gonna pay for that. The healthcare subsidies, you promised to vote on the subsidies, and now you don't even want to extend the subsidies. Just like the Democrats said, it ain't gonna hurt nobody but the Republicans. Mike Johnson, I like you as a person, I promise. Personally, out of everybody in Congress, I probably like you the most. You clean. I told my daddy this in Texas when I first died. I like Mike Johnson. You clean cut. You talk good. You clear crisp with your speech. You laughing, bro. I'm serious though. He a Christian. He a big Christian. He ain't just a Christian, he a big Christian. He a good man. I like him personally, but Mike Johnson, I have to side with Marjorie Taylor Greene on. I just don't agree with you on this. If the reports are true and the president is considering coming to the table in good faith, I believe we can find a path forward that will earn broad bipartisanship support in Congress, Shin said. So y'all go let President Trump, big ghost talking good about him this morning. About that healthcare plan, President Trump, go ahead and drop it. What you waiting on, man? Y'all putting them final tweaks in it. Go ahead and get in the Rose Garden or wherever y'all get at and unveil your plan. Show the American people that you trying to help fix these problems. Don't stop there. Put Scott B on the affordability issue. You got to address that housing crisis. Oh, y'all we finna build 3 million housing units across America. You signed an executive order to end birthright citizenship. What? You changing the Constitution with an executive order. So I'm saying, why don't you sign an executive order to build $3 million houses? Who care about the legality and the fallout on that? Get Stephen Miller to work on that. You know you need the housing units. Build 3 million housing units. It's going to drive the housing pricing down. And you get your rate cut. And your stock market still jumping. President Trump, you could do this, man. You just got to help the people, baby. And I see you leaning. He trying, y'all. He trying. I'm telling y'all. We talking. We talk. You got Democrats. They hating on him. They want to see him fail. Ghost don't want to do that. Ghost want to see America win. I want to see America win. I want me to win. Buy a house. I want to be able to buy a house. When I could buy a house, America's winning. Yes, indeed. Disabled veteran. Have a policy for the poor. Where your poor people policies at, Speaker Johnson? Because if Hakeem Jeffries was Speaker of the House, he got policies for the poor. That's why President Trump working with some Democrats so they got policies for the poor. Speaker Johnson, we know you got policies for Elon, but you already helped them. You already gave them $60,000. He gave the rich people $60,000. You already gave them 60 racks. What's your policies to help the poor? She added that anything Trump puts out on an issue could be a signal, a serious proposal to begin negotiations. I agree. Democrats, including Sheehan, have been discussing what their strategy should be ahead of a floor vote in mid-December on a proposal to extend the subsidies, which was promised to the Democrats by Senate Majority Leader John Thune in exchange for their votes to end the government shutdown. Democrats will get to decide what proposal they want to vote on, though Republicans are expected to offer their own alternative unless it's a bipartisan deal. That's why President Trump, he ahead of this. I'm going to do just what he's doing. I'm not going to let the Democrats get the vote or nobody get the vote. America going to get the vote. We going to do this together. I don't know why President Trump, the optics of us seeing Democrats coming to the White House, that's part of the reason I said to call him. Because so people could see that the American people could see that you above the politics and you willing to work with them to help the American people. That's part of your job description, President Trump, is to work with Democrats to help the American people. Two-party system is written into our fabrics, our DNA, our Constitution, our legal documents. It's a two-party system, baby. You got to work with the other side. Half of the Americans on the other side. That's in your job description. He trying, y'all. I got to give him credit today. All my Trump haters, I am so sorry. Today is just not the day. All the people watching this stream out there was pre-recorded. Today is not a Trump-hating day, and tomorrow don't look like it will be either. With that Ukraine deal. At first, when I seen that Ukraine deal, President Trump, I was like, hold up now. But I see what you're doing, though. Actually, what President Trump doing on Ukraine is very smart. One provision that had been included in Trump's tentative plan, pegging the eligibility cap for the subsidies at 700% of the federal poverty line, is among the ideas being mulled by Sheehan and her colleagues, but other Democrats slammed the proposal outright, further casting doubt on how Trump's opening salvo will land on Capitol Hill. In a statement Monday afternoon, the top three House Democrats on the committee with jurisdiction over health care, Representative Richard Neal of Massachusetts, Frank Pallone of New Jersey, and Bobby Scott of Virginia, planned the White House forthcoming proposal, calling it the greatest hits of Republican healthcare ideas the people have rejected for years. They continue, at this point, any sort of clean extension is unworkable and won't avoid the price hikes people are now facing. What you guys think? The senator says any kind of plan without a clean extension, then you're going to get price hikes. And we know what those price hikes going to do to the people, man. It's going to about destroy the people. So, President Trump, the ball's in your court, big guy. It's up to you, man. It's all on you. I'm saying, seeing you address this problem and coming forward and making an attempt, I would say, to improve the lives of the American people. Because regardless of whether or not Obamacare is good It's been good for some, and it's probably been bad in some situations on the economy. That's neither here nor there. The problem is that lady in Idaho whose healthcare premiums is gonna increase by 3 to 8 times what she's paying right now. She going from $400 some dollars a month to $2,000 a month for her same insurance. Family of five. That's the issue. That's the problem. I was elected by the people, representing the people to deal with the problems of the people. Think of a politician like a manager in a business. That's all you are. I'm looking at Applebee's. If Applebee's have a problem, there's a problem at Applebee's. Guess what the employees gonna do? They're gonna go to the managers. What the manager's gonna do? The manager is gonna try to fix the problem. Manage the problem. That's all you are as a politician. Healthcare premiums is a problem. I know it's so difficult, President Trump. I know that you'll lose courage, you'll lose everything, lose the faith. You got people in your own party coming against you. You got people in the Democratic Party coming against you. It's hard, man, to get this done, but man, just don't quit bucking. Don't quit swinging. You on the right path. He said, I don't care what you talking about, Mike Johnson. I don't care what. No, I'm finna get to. I'll salute him for that, man. You got to. And looking at the stock market today, just big President T, man. It's your day, man. Big salute from Ghost Rider. Big independent. Ellis Jones, you could turn against Ellis Jones. Shout out Ellis Jones. That boy's so funny. Ellis Jones, you could turn against President Trump. I don't care. I'm not against President Trump. I just talk on policies. Economic policies not looking good for America right now. It's not looking good economically for America. For Elon and for the investment class, yes, it's looking great. Better than ever. But for the poor and for America as a whole, for over 180 million Americans who do not work, it's not looking good economically. They were expecting something different, expecting something better. So seeing President Trump come out outside of his feelings, working with Democrats, trying to solve these issues, you gotta salute him. Let me look at the stock market. You gotta salute him some, man. You got to. Let's look at what the Dow Jones, bro. The Dow Jones hit record numbers yesterday. Dow Jones, DOJ, CNN. Oh, let me tie Dow Jones. I'm like, they're trying to put me in the Department of Justice. CNN. Come on, let's look at the numbers. Let's look at them. You got to give them credit for that, man. Come on, you have to. You have to, y'all. Let's look at what the market's doing. Have to. Mike says, surviving into the midterms, Trump should worry about surviving to the midterms. What you mean surviving to the midterms? He ain't gonna get impeached. Dow Jones at 47,000, just like Ghost said. It's gonna hit 48,000. I said 46,000. It ain't never seen 46,000. About a month ago, I said it's gonna hit 47. It ain't done yet. It's gonna hit 48. Hold on. November 26th. Y'all can mark this prediction down. It's gonna hit 49,000. James Carville, where you at, baby? That Dow Jones Industrial, it's gonna hit 50,000 points. Who else you heard saying that? You heard Harry ETN tell you, what's up, Harry? You heard CNN tell you that? You heard that on Fox Business? That Dow Jones gonna hit, that Dow Jones index gonna hit 50,000. Record numbers. Way, well above record numbers. How can you hate on that? S&P 500, that's where people 401ks at. It's up 60 points. It grew 1%. in one day. He growing people's wealth. You can't hate on that. Is he helping the poor? No. But we addressing that. Just gotta stay on it. That $2,000 stipend to all the people, man, yeah, that's helping the poor, President Trump. That is helping the poor. $2,000 stipend for all the people, President Trump, that's helping the poor. I'm with that. Healthcare subsidies, that's the cost of living. He addressing the problems, man. Clay's cousin says we are working towards another depression. We are working towards another depression. But that's why we working to not hit that depression as well. Yeah, we working towards another depression, and in the same breath, we working not to get to that depression. Both ways, y'all. Clay said 2K won't do nothing. It won't do nothing, but it will do something at the same time. If it won't do nothing, if $2,000 ain't nothing to you, Clay, then let me get $2,000. $2,000 ain't gonna solve the world's problems, but it's gonna help somebody. If you got $0 or if you got negative $500 and you need to eat, $2,000 will help you. So yeah, you can't doo-doo on his efforts to try to help people, bro. I know some of y'all big Democrats, and I know you got to ride with your party, but I'm saying I'm a big American, so I just want to see the American people get help. I don't care how it's done. If you big Democrat, I told you, Jasmine, my baby. You feel me? All she got to do is go put strategy, political strategy. Here it comes. I gave her some today for free. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just gonna offer the strategy. It's just a way of thought. Like I'm aware of the mind of a voter. I'm trying to reach. She needs to reach a certain amount of independents and swing voters in Texas. A lot of people who vote, if Jasmine don't get people who voted for President Trump running in Texas or any red state, you not gonna win the state. She got to get some Trump voters or she won't win. So I wouldn't make President Trump enemy number one. That's what the stream is about. I would have made Mike Johnson enemy number one. If I was Jasmine Crockett running against a Republican, I'll be talking about, I would tie Paxton. Of course, but if that incumbent win, I would tie him to Mike Johnson and I'd go to town. Of course, you take your shots at President Trump, but just don't take as many shots at him. The problems in the state of Texas, I would blame them on Mike Johnson and the Republicans in Congress. And that's how I would run my campaign. And you could get Trump supporters who will get down with that. That'll vote for you, because you're going to need some Trump people to vote for you if you're going to win a statewide election in the state of Texas. Ghost know what he's talking about. Ghost know what he's talking about. Brando says Trump approval is at 34%. Let's look that up real quick. What's President Trump's overall approval right now? Because I think that's going to depend on what poll you look at too. President Trump's approval rate. President Trump's approval rate. We're doing a real clear average. Real clear average. I'm looking at an average of all the polls. You can't give me one poll that you want to choose, because they're going to choose one poll and say what they want to choose. President Trump's approval rate, job approval rate. Real clear average is at 43% approval. So you 9 points short. A real clear average is at 43%. You in here talking about 34%. That's Democratic talking points. It's at 43%. He won 47% of the election. So sitting at 43%, he didn't slip that much. And that 43% might be higher because he polls lower. So he might have the same support he did when he won the election. I don't care what y'all talking about. It's at 47%. That's bottom line. 43%. So you saying, yo, his approval rating is so low that you will run against him. So you saying President Trump's approval rating is 34% in the state of Texas, statewide? Statewide in Texas, you saying President Trump's approval rating is 34%. Don't see y'all running Jasmine's campaign, she gonna lose. You got a black woman. My computer, guys, I gotta charge my computer because I wanna look this up. Have any black women, black people, period, been senators in Texas? Senator is a high position. You had a bunch of black congressmen. You had a bunch of women congressmen in Texas for a long time. But you ever had any black senators in Texas? You had any women senators in Texas? That's what I'm trying to tell you. President Trump gonna come down there. He gonna stump for Paxton or Cronin. He gonna stump for him. The Republican. He gonna stump for him. You could say all you want to, President Trump, how many points he won Texas by. I don't have my computer. I'll look it up, 7, 8, 10 points. I'll debate you on the facts. If President Trump ran another election in 2026, here's my question to you, Bando. If President Trump was running on the ballot in 2026 in the state of Texas, who gonna be him? What Democrat you have gonna beat President Trump in Texas? I don't think Barack Obama could beat President Trump in Texas. I didn't say Barack Obama couldn't beat President Trump in the United States in the national election. I'm talking about just the red state of Texas and the demographics of the red state of Texas. Yeah, Jasmine, they trying to block black and brown people from voting. I heard you say that. I listened to you when you talk. Yeah, they are. And they going to continue to stop, especially what you think they going to be doing with a black woman on the ticket. They going to be trying to stop every Mexican and every black person from voting in Texas. Yes, they're going to be passing. He probably will pass laws before the 2026 election. That's what I'm saying. You can't run that. If you run that campaign like any other regular Democrat, Jasmine, you're going to lose that, baby. You got to listen to Ghost know what he's talking about. I think outside the box, that's what you need to win that campaign. It's 4 roads to New York. And I'm a political strategist, and you got 3 other political strategists headed on that road. A lot of what we're going to say is going to be the same, or it's not going to make no difference. But it's going to come to a point. It's going to come to a point. Oh, in Texas, Jasmine did say that. She said they pass laws all the time to try to stop the black and brown people from voting in Texas. Make it hard for them. Voter ID laws. They keep on changing the laws and redistricting, trying to take away the black and brown people's voices. That's what Jasmine said. She know what she talking about. She a lawyer. She an attorney. And she the congresswoman in the 30th. In 2 years, she is like, bro, I would run her like, I would make that girl a rock star. I would run that girl election like she running for, she'd be on CNN, MSN. I'm talking about, Paxton, she'd be dumping on you, Paxton. I'll dump on you, Paxton. Paxton, I'll beat you by 10 points. If I ran Jasmine's campaign, I'll beat you by 10 easily. At least 10. The incumbent, you know what I'm saying? The incumbent, he might be more with the older voters, so you know she might beat the incumbent 3 to 5 points. I'll beat the incumbent by 3 to 5. I already ran the numbers. 3 to 5, Jasmine, I'll beat the incumbent. following my strategy on the main issues. Paxton, I beat him by 10. You need some Trump voters to vote for you to secure that victory in Texas. And I'm telling you how to get Trump voters. Ain't no Democrat you hired, Jasmine, gonna get Trump voters to vote for you. Hey, Jasmine, ain't no Democrat. James Carville is not gonna he can't run no unless you just have a whole blue, but I wouldn't count on that, not in Texas. To run a national campaign, I would count on, oh yeah, we can have a blue wave. I wouldn't count on a blue wave in Texas. I'm from the South. I'm from the, she know what I'm talking about. I wouldn't count on a blue wave to win. I would win that election by making some of Trump's voters vote against that Republican. That's how I would win. You got to damage the Republican Party. I wouldn't spend my time damaging President Trump. He ain't even on the ballot anyway. And then he's extremely popular in Texas anyway. I wouldn't spend my time damaging him. Not when after March. You could do whatever you want to after March, because in March is the Democratic primary. I don't see how she could lose to Colin or to that white dude. It might be a little bit more difficult with him. But Colin Allred, I'm sorry. If Jasmine announced she running, you just need to stop. Because you tried against Ted Cruz. And you do pretty good, but I'm saying the Democrats would do a lot better with Jasmine or that white boy in that race. My interest is only in Jasmine. If Jasmine says she ain't running for Senate in Texas, I'm no longer interested in that race. Zero interest. Paxton against that white boy, I think Paxton gonna beat that white boy. Almost 1,000% positive. If Ghost was running that white boy's campaign, I think that white boy beat Paxton by 15 points. If Ghost is running Jasmine's campaign, she'll beat you, Paxton, by at least 10 minimum. A lot of those people who voted for President Trump, I'll get them to vote for Jasmine. Any brown vote, all the Latinas would be my number one focus in the state of Texas. The Latina vote. She'll win that vote by 20 points. I will energize. Jasmine, you got to bring a lot of new voters into the fold. You as a senator, you are a perfect person to do it because you are extremely popular young lady nationwide. I'll market you like you was like Meg Thee Stallion, Jasmine Crockett. I make a rock star like President Obama in Texas. And I'll take it, and all should be like Mandami, all should be talking, Ghost is a writer. And she a lawyer too, so I'll be writing for her, and she'll be reading and writing, and she'll go, and we'll make the people, they'll vote for her. I know what I'm talking about. I don't lose. And I'm really good with numbers. Harry, I might not be as good as you with numbers, but I don't have the data. I don't have the tools you have. I studied this in college. I got a lot of education. I'm not just smart, like just I'm a naturally genius. No, I got a lot. I studied a lot at school. I still read. I write lawsuits and stuff. I do, what I'm saying? I still be up on stuff. Jasmine don't need 10 years of experience. Why the Democratic Party didn't say that? They made she on the oversight committee immediately. Her first 2 years. Her first 2 years as a congresswoman, you on the oversight committee immediately. Your first 2 years, she the top surrogate for President VP Harris immediately for the Democratic Party. Jasmine Crockett still tours the country like she is a singer. For real, like she Drake or something, like she Kendrick, like she doing shows. Like all elections all over the country. Prop 50, oh, it's a big election in California. You don't think Jasmine was in Los Angeles? The Democratic Party, they believe in her. They'll drop, that's why I would love to run her campaign or AOC. That's they darlings. A regular senator in the Democratic Party, a regular senator, how much money you think the Democratic Party gonna give a senator in Texas? I know a Democrat in Mississippi, they were only gonna give him like $100. I swear on everything I love. $100. This dude running for Congress, a congressional district in Mississippi, $100 from the Democratic Party. Jasmine to get millions. If she don't get it from the Democratic Party directly, super PAC, that Senate seat in Texas, they gonna be. I don't want to see no other Democrat try to get that seat, but you, Jazzy. Who else gonna get it? Well, the Democratic Party shouldn't want nobody else but Jazzy to get the seat. Listen, you can't say you want to have a woman and believe in all this other stuff. She a black female. I don't care what them numbers say. You got to run that campaign right. You got to know that you are in a red state and enemy territory. Look at the campaigns of the Democrats who won national. What Democrats are nationwide campaigns in Texas? Congressional isn't a statewide campaign. Congressional seat isn't a statewide campaign. Jasmine ran her campaign for 750,000 people in Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas. Primarily black people and brown people. Primarily Democrats. All Democrats. She won her seat in a Democrat in Dallas. She running, when you run for senator in Texas, she running in the redneck districts. In the districts where they don't like black people. She know what I'm talking about. She from Texas. You running in the KKK districts. That's where Paxton gonna run it up. Also, the margins she gets in the city is what gonna decide the election. How many people can she come get to vote for her in Houston, Dallas, and Austin? Those are the population hubs in the state of Texas. What's that? The triangle? In the triangle. Dallas, Austin, Houston, and San Antonio, of course, but you know that's the main triangle. In the metropolitan, those Democratic areas. Can she drive up the vote? Jasmine is a candidate that the numbers are not going to show. She can get the people excited. Like I'm saying, she like a rock star persona. You can get like a Barack Obama or like AOC. She can have a rock star persona. You could get the people excited with Jasmine. You could have done it with VP Harris. VP Harris is a little bit more, I would use the word shy. She's a little bit more reserved. She's not as rambunctious as Jasmine. Jasmine out there, boy. But that's how you get that. President Trump is out there too. And look how popular he is. Jasmine's not out there as far as President Trump is. No, nothing like that. But she's got a bunch of energy, a bunch of fight in her. That's good to have a politician like that. And she's extremely popular. She's gorgeous and she's young and she speaks well. I would make her a rock star. I would be doing that right now. You don't have to work that hard, but I would just focus, zone in on them three, the 6 counties surrounding Austin, Texas. I'm telling you, I'm a pro with this. Harris County would be a ginormous focus, battleground. All the counties around Fort Worth and around Dallas. Because he going to run the numbers up out there in, let me think of some places. He going to probably win Galveston County. He going to run the numbers up in the North Texas rural areas, way out in West Texas, past Austin, south of Austin. He going to run the numbers up in the rural areas. You got to run the numbers up in the blue area. How you do that? You got to get young voters to come out and vote for you. I know how to do it. I ain't even going to tell you. I tried to get Johnny Dupree. I was going to get Johnny Dupree to do it. But I ain't going to tell you, I'm not going to help you win a seat and you're not paying me. I'm not working for you. But if I work for you and I sit down with you and you let me talk to you for an hour and I give you my pitch, you going to know that's going to work. You're not going to think it's going to work. You going to know it's going to work. And you, me, and all of Texas going to get all in on this plan. I'm talking about I got a plan, President. Listen, Governor Abbott, you got a surplus. If Jasmine, with this plan I got for Texas economy, Texas will pass California within 10 years. Because Texas don't really collect state taxes. But the plan I got, you gonna get state taxes. It's not state taxes, you gonna get taxes. Collect a lot of taxes off of what I'm talking about. And what I'm talking about you doing is going to mobilize all the young people. As soon as they hear that Jasmine Crockett says she going to do what, all the young people, I don't care if she going to do it or not. They oh yeah, they own you, Jasmine. They already kind of own you. But oh, Jasmine says she going to do what? Oh yeah, they vote for Jasmine. People who ain't never voted for before, she going to open them up. Open up the whole electorate for you. Bringing new people in the party and everything. Jasmine, you can't run the same campaign, a Democratic campaign, and win in a red state. Think about Josh Shapiro. He the governor of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's a purple state. It's a swing state. He gets a lot of Trump voters. A lot of them. Think about Andy Beshear. I know in Kentucky kind of weird because Rand Paul, it seemed like all the Kentucky Congress, Mitch McConnell used to be the speaker of he was in the Senate, wasn't he? Wasn't Mitch McConnell? Yeah, so he was the majority whip in the Senate. He used to lead the Senate. He from Kentucky. And Rand Paul is the other senator from Kentucky. They always beefing with President Trump. Thomas Massey is a representative from the Kentucky. I guarantee you, it's something about Kentucky. Kentucky got Republicans, but they Republicans, them and President Trump, I don't know. Kentucky Republicans, they kind of, with President Trump in the White House, Kentucky is blue for real. Kentucky, you might as well, it's not a red state. Rand Paul is, he vote Republican, and Mitch McConnell will vote Republican. And Thomas Massey, they vote Republicans most of the time, but they'll speak out against President Trump, and their governor is a Democrat, Andy Beshear. But Andy Beshear got a lot of Trump voters. That's how he become the governor. You got to run a campaign. Go talk to Governor Beshear, and then come back and talk to me. You got to run a campaign different as a Democrat in a red state. In a red state, it ain't nothing wrong with being against abortion if you're a Democrat. You want the seat, don't you? Don't you want the seat? I'm telling you, I seen Democrats win in Mississippi. I know a Democratic congressman who won in Mississippi. You would think he was a Republican. He was against abortion. He was against gay rights, but he was a Democrat on economic issues. His name was Gene Taylor. Smooth as a whip. Ain't no blue statewide race nowhere in Mississippi. Not statewide. When the last time a Democrat won statewide election in Mississippi? Gene Taylor. Gene Taylor. I don't even know if it was statewide because the Congress, he just went in his district. But I'm saying in the places where in the red districts, I'm talking about redder than red districts. Gene Taylor run in redder than red districts. He supported gun rights. He was against abortion. And he was against gay rights. And he taught the Democrats economic policies. That's a perfect party. But he went under a Republic, but that's a perfect party. You got all the social issues right. And you with the Democratic economic policies. Bro, that boy wouldn't lose an election in an all-red district. I'm talking about 5-1 or 4-2 Republicans to Democrats. And he was a Democrat and he didn't lose. You got to run that campaign smart. You almost got to pitch that campaign like, she know that. It ain't moving I want to move her to the middle. I'm gonna move her to the right. Just like what happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene. She come anywhere close to Ghost Rider, I'm going to hip bump you to the left. Y'all can hate on Marjorie Taylor Greene right now. President Trump gone, she'll become the governor. All the people in Marjorie Taylor Greene district asking why she quit, saying they didn't care nothing about President Trump. They were gonna vote for her. They are stunned she quit. She a legend now. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ghost know what he talking about. You probably end up running for, I don't care what President Trump should have supported you for your Senate run. He should have supported you, but he didn't. So it happened the way it happened, but he don't control your career. Look what happened to VP Harris. She got a #1 book. Go get your millions, MTG, and come back into politics whenever you ready. Go get your millions, because they out there for you to get. Millions, speaking engagements and everything, millions. Go get rich, girl. Step out of politics for a second and come back in a year or two whenever you feel like it. She ain't gonna lose. And Jasmine wouldn't lose either. I'll run the same playbook for it. Jasmine, when you finish talking to me, even if you lost that Senate race, I'll make you a billionaire. When I see, bro, I used to promote so this place, it's natural. It's a natural thing for me. I see talent in that girl like nobody. You can't see. I could see talent in people. I see talent in her. I see stuff in her y'all don't see. You can make so much money. VP Harris did it. Jasmine is a pretty politician and she kind of younger. In the black community, she a rock star. So I'm saying, like, if she did lose the Senate race, which she wouldn't, but if she did, she'll become a trillionaire. They want her everywhere. She already a rock star. Imagine if she wasn't in politics and she was doing that philanthropy or whatever, like VP Harris, she would be a superstar. Especially if Ghost ran your campaign and you lost. I had you linked. You're going to become a trillionaire. It ain't nothing but W's. If I got a girl like that, I will fight for her. Ain't nobody can say nothing about her. I might bust you in your mouth. You couldn't say nothing negative about Jasmine. I might punch you in your jaw. I wouldn't want to hear it. Real talk. I'm saying I just see her as a candidate. I hadn't heard AOC. She didn't say she running for Senate. I hadn't heard. It probably might not be. I didn't check it. But out of the candidates that I seen, Jasmine, you #1. I want to run that campaign so bad. Jasmine, I want to do that so bad. Because I know, girl, what we would do, bro. You mess around, be the first black president. Messing with ghosts. VP Harris became senator and ran for president. Jasmine, the Democrats adore you. He said overpopulation and a labor shortage is black. That's so stupid. Why don't you address the issue? If overpopulation, I don't think overpopulation is an issue with black people in America. You're going to have to show me facts and data on that. But you're saying a labor shortage. I think the labor shortage goes for black people, but I think it goes for the whites too right now. You think white people just getting jobs in numbers like that right now? Not right now. This country has no actual men. That's not true. You say the Democratic Party. Enjoy your war on intelligence and children. So you think that the Republicans have a war on intelligence and children? Because I would say I would like I don't know. I don't know about a war on children, but I know a war on intelligence. I would almost second that motion entirely with the Republican Party. The Republicans, they're conservatives. I don't have no problems against conservatives, but you would naturally think or naturally say that their views or their outlooks on life are old-fashioned or they're conservatives. They're trying to hold on to the old. I'm talking about progressive and new. I'm talking about all Nancy Pelosi retired. All old politicians need to be gone. Mike Johnson, you're not an old man, so I think you're safe. It's just that you so Republican. You got to get out that Republican stuff, man. Go get you one of these younger Republicans who understand and who want to help the people and work with them. Josh Hawley, President Trump, he is senator from Missouri. Work with him. If you can't work with no Democrats, work with the Democrats. That's what he doing. Leadership. President Trump, I salute you for that health care plan. Drop that thing, boy. Big President T. What a Trump dance at? We gonna do that. I ain't doing the Mendami dance today. We doing the Trump dance. You got that Trump dance. You gotta put that head, lean that head back. You know how President Trump be flipping that head. You gotta put that head back and lean the Trump dance. Drop that health care plan, President Trump. Forget them Republicans. Show them that you with this. I'm with helping the people. Ghost, I'm building a $150 million ballroom and I want a $400 million plane, but I care about that woman's health care print. That'll bring joy to my heart. Because that's what that's all about. All I see is red, white, and blue. America the beautiful. Yes, Lord. Thank you. You finna make me start worshiping. Thank you. I see him hug Mendami. Thank you. They listening. Thank you. Thank you, bro. All that Charlie Kirk getting shot and all that crazy stuff going over there trying to make a terrorist our nation apart. Probably Russian and Chinese people doing that. Nah, come back from over there, President Trump. That James Comey, Letitia James, drop all that stuff. Come over here. Come sit down with these Democrats. Put me up there in the White House. Y'all don't know Ghost, right? Put me up there. Because Hakeem gonna talk to me. He gonna talk. If I was President Trump's advisor, out of all of President Trump's advisors, Hakeem gonna talk to me. I promise you. Hakeem, come here, bro. Let me shoot something to you. You think Israel could? I hear sitting the Young Turks. Shout out Young Turks. Yeah, I'm not a Democratic strategist, but I'm definitely a strategist. And yeah, we listening to you. Young Turks, I hear what you saying, that capitalist, that populist message. I'm with that. And I like Anna too, man. So I heard Sensei on Young Turks. What Sensei? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, bro, I don't know, man. I'm for unity, and that's how we gonna fix the problems in America. That's gonna help everybody if they unify. And I'm saying, like, I know if I was on the right, if I was with Jasmine, our President Trump and them gonna talk to me. I know that. That's who I am. You can't, I'm not gonna Marjorie Taylor Greene shit. Bro, you'll see me on Monday. This is who I was in life. I'm just over here with y'all because y'all politicians. But on Monday, you'll see Marjorie Taylor Greene with me, and on Tuesday, you'll see Jasmine, and on Wednesday, every different politician in the spectrum. Like, that's who Ghost is. We only gonna win as a unit. We not gonna win separated. I know, Jasmine, baby, I know you don't like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I know you why you don't. And I love you, baby. I understand you. And if I was around you, Jasmine, I wouldn't talk no positive about no Republican, and I would understand that you hate all Republicans. But at the same time, I'll have you eating dinner with Republicans, Jasmine. That's Ghost. I have Republicans liking you, Jasmine. That's Ghost. I'm a strategist. I'm a strategize about getting the people to adore you. That would be my job, is to get the state of Texas to fall in love with Jasmine Crockett and then go vote for her. Big Ghost Rider. Had to do the Trump dance. The Trump dance goes side to side. The Mendami dance, you know, Mendami, he got them young moves. He only 34. He could start doing that bobbing. Oh, man. Somebody said I'm a crybaby if you say so. Joe, don't get no black eye, Joe. Don't get your eye black, boy. Don't have no blood gushing out your face, boy. Somebody said I'm a sellout. Sellout for what? I'm an independent. How I'm a sellout? That's not a sellout. I'm an independent. I ride with both sides. I stand up for the rights of the people. That's what I stand 10 on. I stand on, look, I usually side with Democrats when it comes to standing for the rights, but I stand against some Republicans on that. So Democrats too. I stand up for poor people's rights. I stand up for disabled people. I stand up for black people. Yes, I embrace those causes. I'm a justice fighter. That's what I am. What's up, home slice? Homie slice, what it do skis? Oh yeah, man. I need the sunglasses back on. Them my hater blockers. I get a lot of hate. If y'all can't tell, you could tell right here on this stream. Ghostwriter get a lot of hate. I be blocking all the bots. I be blocking the bots. This my hater. This my bot blockers. My hater bot blockers. Do that Mandami dance on y'all, boy. Start doing that Mandami dance on y'all, boy. Affordability. Oh, Justice said I'm in Texas too, man. I want to go back to Texas. I thought VP Harris was going to run for governor of California, but she decided not. She going to probably run for president, but that's some time. That ain't till 2028. So I ain't got no races, man. I had a candidate in Mississippi, man. I wanted to run for a state Senate seat, and I was going to run this campaign. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, okay, so you guys might not know about a Miller legal, but I filed 23 cases. So if I went up to Boston and I'm like, hey, I know y'all, I heard y'all paying lead paralegals $300 an hour, and I want to get a job with your law firm as a paralegal, all I got to do is say I got 5 cases open right now. I got a case in federal court right now. All he got to do is give him my cases, my jacket, my resume. I won in the U.S. Court of Appeals. So that validates my opinion in law-related issues. I won in the U.S. Court of Appeals. That's goated. As a litigator, I'm goated. But I had to do the work to get that respect. And I still don't have all the respect. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a paralegal, but I still do the work, and I still got enough respect. Now, here's my point. I haven't ran no political campaigns yet. And that's the thing. I was this close. Like I said, in South Mississippi, in the 4th Congressional District, it's about as big as Jasmine's. It's about, what, 5, 6, 700, 800,000 people. Okay? There was a Democrat. His name was Johnny Dupree. He was running, he a black dude in South Mississippi. He running against a white dude. I started promoting for Johnny just on Facebook. And I think, yeah, just on Facebook. 24/7. I'm talking about I was doing numbers. You think about in that election, in the Democratic primary, you only had like 20,000 people voted in South Mississippi. I was doing numbers in the district on Facebook on them posts, 35, 40,000 people. 35, 40,000 people. So all the people was hearing and seeing, like the post, if you predicted Johnny Dupree against a white dude, they'd say Johnny would have beat him 60 to 40%. Johnny beat him 90-something to 10 or 93 to 7. I'm talking about Johnny beat him worse than he thought he would win. And Johnny had that confidence going against a Republican. Look what I just did to white dude in the Democratic primary, Ghost. I got this, big dog. And I got on the phone with with Mayor Dupree. And I talked to Mayor Dupree, and he said, look, man, he said, I want you, this is a true story. I'm calling his name. His name Johnny Dupree. Y'all could go ask him. He ran for Congress not too long ago against Mike Ezell. And Mike Ezell beat him by 30, 40 points. He a Republican. Yeah, he walked a dog on him. Ghost ain't finna lean to know. I'm going to tell you the truth. Where Mike Ezell walked a dog on that boy. That's exactly what happened. Because I'm telling you, in order for you to beat him, look, your Democratic Party going to give you $100. So you out here trying to raise money from a bunch of old white Democrats. You ain't energizing no black people. You ain't organizing all the black businesses behind you. I know what I'm doing. But he got this young white boy. You want to pay him the $20,000 to run your campaign. And you finna go get mollywopped. Because what he learned in school is not going to work in Mississippi for a Democrat. What I learned to run this campaign in the state of Mississippi is not going to work for no Democrat. You can't run no regular campaign in Mississippi. You outnumbered 42 as a Democrat. You going to have to run this campaign different. And Johnny was listening to me, and he was down with it. All my ideas, political strategy. I could have had the first campaign I ran, but I'm concerned about my record. Even in politics, I don't want to run no campaign for you and you lose. My first campaign ever that I lose, I lost my first case ever, but I won every other case since then, really. I ain't really lost one since. I lost a case, ghostwriting, 8-2. 8-2, 8 wins and 2 losses against attorneys as a paralegal. One in the U.S. Court of Appeals, goated litigator. I seen that little nonsense in the comments. I'm a goated litigator. I want to do the same thing in politics. If I run, they going to tell me to go run a smaller campaign. Go run a smaller campaign? What? Nah. In a Republican campaign, like somebody like Mike Gazelle, I couldn't run his. He don't need, he really don't need too much of a kid. He don't really need ghostwriters' expertise because he gonna easily win. As a Republican in that district in Mississippi, you could just run a normal conventional campaign. Just don't go kill nobody or do no crazy stuff, and he gonna easily win. Easily. Now, if he go run for governor or something, it might be he going to places they don't know him, but he used to be a sheriff in that area. They know him, already knew. He a Republican sheriff. And you not even from there, you from Hattiesburg, all the people on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, that's where your numbers is. You might win your own county. I don't even think he won his own county. The Republican Party is strong. And in Mississippi, I seen them Republicans. I know them all. Talking about red waves. The billionaires dumping. I'm talking about 2 billionaires in the state of Mississippi, and they just dumping money into these elections. Dumping money. Talking about red waves. And Johnny Dupree come up here, run. You can't run no campaign like that. You got to come in here with a house on fire mentality. You got to come in here like President Trump. They eating the cats and the dogs. That's how you got to come in here to win this. Because if you don't come in here with they eating the cats and the dogs, you're going to lose. You can't run no regular campaign. You outnumbered 4-2. It's like a Republican trying to be the governor of New York City. But you can't say it's impossible because Rudy Giuliani was the governor of New York City not too long ago. Big Republican. It's like you trying to get a Republican to be the governor of the state of California. But you can't say it's impossible because you had Arnold Schwarzenegger, a big Republican, not too long ago. He was governor of California. So, Jasmine, you can get a blue seat in the Senate and flip Texas, but you got to run that campaign a certain kind of way. And you got to have someone who thinks outside the box and have the expertise, or y'all going to keep coming up this short. Beto O'Rourke come up this short. Colin Ari came up this short. Jasmine, don't come up this short. And don't come up this short, Jasmine. You're going to keep coming up this short. Or this short, or this short. Because you got to run that campaign a certain kind of way. You got to get Trump voters to vote for you, and you a black woman. That's why she had people telling her not to run. You got to get Trump supporters in Texas to vote for you if you want to win. And you a black woman. You saw the difficulties that VP Harris had nationwide being a black woman running against Trump. So, Jasmine, you basically running against Trump, or you don't want to run against Trump in Texas. That's not, as a black woman, Jasmine, you don't want to run against Trump in Texas. Not in Texas. Nationwide, I'll run Jasmine against Donald Trump. Nationwide, she a star. In Philadelphia, I'm gonna get everybody to come vote. I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna get my numbers in my districts. If I were running a campaign, I'd get my numbers in my community. All the black people coming out. I'm gonna get them all to the polls. I know what they want to hear. I'm one of them. I would just think about what would I say to me that would make me go vote for Jasmine. I'm gonna get all of them to the polls. All the veterans gonna love you in Texas. Every veteran in the state of Texas gonna adore you. The disabled people, they'll love you. That's Big Ghost though. Somebody said outlaw Islam in the United States. Guys, we've been streaming for 2.5 hours. You know what I'm saying? If you guys have not liked the video, go ahead and double tap the screen for me. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell. Also, guys, I want to promote channel memberships. They're $2.99. I depend on you guys for support. If you guys want to become a member of a channel, all you got to do is hit the button with the $ in it. Exclusive content. You don't have to keep up the subscription if you don't like the content every month. You know what I'm saying? So channel memberships, $2.99. Also, we got a vlog. We're live in the morning at 7 a.m. Eastern. We're going to be talking about Ukraine again. Hadn't talked about Ukraine in a while. It's a whole lot of new developments. So we're going to be talking about foreign policy in the morning. So talking about Ukraine, and at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow, we have a new vlog, Chasing Sunsets and Chasing Peace. It's a collage of 120 days across 18 states, starting in the South, through the Midwest, through New England on the East Coast. So that comes out tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Chasing Sunsets and Chasing Peace, the vlog. Oh, man, that is unbelievable. Guys, that's the biggest donation I have gotten since I've been on YouTube at one time. Biggest donation. Where Jerry at? $50. He says, happy Thanksgiving and have a great day. Thank you so much, Jerry, for your support to this channel and for your love. Thank you, Jerry. Jerry's sending gifts now, y'all. That's unbelievable, man. That's support. That's all I'd be looking for is support. Just a little support. You know what I'm saying? That I'm not going to get rich off that 50, but that helps a lot. With my time coming in here, dedicating my time, y'all want me not to be doing, oh, you do great streams from the car, or I'm doing streams from a mountain. You want me to give you some real streams like a Tucker Carlson stream from the studio. I gotta get the money to get to where I'm going. But I'm going to deliver the content for y'all regardless, whether I get paid or not. I'm going to give y'all the content. But what I'm saying, him donating to the channel like that, that's going to help. When I come in here tomorrow, I'm going to go that much harder. I'm going to go hard, bro. I'm telling you, you don't want to see me go full steam at this, bro. I'll solve every problem we have in America. I'm a problem solver. Ask my mama. My mom worked like that. She said she ain't never seen a little kid how young I was. I used to take everything apart and put it back together as a child. I know children do that, but I'm talking about at the age, she said I would take everything apart and put everything back together. I'm talking about when I was 12, or the Ataris, I would take the Atari, I would take a PlayStation. If we have a PlayStation, thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Jerry. Hold on a second. Real quick, I'm going to make you add as a moderator. Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate it. And I love your energy too, Jerry. I love your support. I hope you hit the notification bell too. Subscribe to the channel, so hit the notification bell so you can come live every time. Man, I love my country. I love America. Like I said, I know, Jasmine, you a big Democrat, baby. And I know she going to talk bad about President Trump. And I know she going to talk bad about the Republicans. And she don't like... I was waiting, Jasmine, to hear what you had to say about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I know it wasn't going to be nothing positive. That's just the game. I understand that. And if I went and hung with President Trump, I know I heard the stuff he said about jazz, but Ghost would be the person. I have both of them sitting down at the table. She'd be over there with her lips stuck out pouting. And I have not wanting to meet with him. I have her and President Trump sitting at the same table. That's who I am. That's the same thing he doing with Putin and with Zelensky. Same thing. I'm talking about they running. Marco and them, they running. He said, Secretary Rubio said 24 hours a day they talking to the Ukrainians or the Russians. He said, even if I wasn't here, we would still be talking. A peace hustler. Big President T, that boy hustling for peace, boy. He hustling for peace. See, Jasmine, she wasn't like that. But Jasmine, because I'm like this, you gonna have Republicans that's gonna vote for you. Because I got this mentality, Jasmine, you can't see it. You cannot see it, but that's what you need. That's what's gonna make you win. You gonna have Trump supporters. She gonna be her being around me, or reading the data or the what I'm sending her. And hearing my arguments, her speeches start changing. She'll be more gentler talking about Republicans and Republican issues. And it'll make her start thinking and leaning she needs to get to the center. I'll push her center right. You know what I'm saying? The Democrats gonna vote for her. I'm gonna get young people to vote for her like they voted for Mendami. It's a couple issues that she needs to put on the ballot that young people care about. And that's what's going to make the young people going to go vote. Oh, Jasmine says she going to do what? Oh, yeah, we voting for Jasmine. You get her. I have her doing stadiums in Houston. Have her doing a stadium. Like she was like Barack Obama. 50,000. I'm talking about a senator in a senator race. That's how I would do it. Who is that? Bass Killer. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Who's KTM? Somebody said outlaw Christianity in politics. Hold up. Let me say outlaw Islam in the United States. You can't do that. You can't do that. Who says smart people don't like me? All the stupid people don't like me. The smart people, they love me. Intelligent people, they love me. You can't. I can hear what you said about Islam, but you can't outlaw it. You got that. You got to give that person the freedom to believe or worship what they want to. How am I wrong? Tell me where I'm wrong at. You got to give everybody the freedom to worship what they will. I'm not a Muslim. I'm a big Christian. These people saying they Christian, what you do for God? I ain't hating on you, but what you do for God? Boy, you know how many people for Jesus? That name, Jesus Christ? You talking about ghosts. I'm a big Christian. But I'm saying I'm not going to hate on Muhammad bin Salman because he a Muslim. I'm not going to hate on him. Dude, cool. The little crown prince. He come in that gown. I like that stuff, boy. The kingdom. I'm not going to hate on my girl Zara because she a Muslim. She don't even believe that stuff halfway. Zara, I'm sorry, baby. But see, like the Muslims, that half the Muslims, half the Christians don't even believe in Jesus. These people saying they Christians, they not real Christians. Half these people don't even believe in Jesus. That's running around saying with Jesus' name in their mouth. They don't even believe in him for real. That's in the Bible. So I'm saying I'm not going to judge nobody. I'm not judging the Muslim. I'm not judging the Buddhist. I'm not judging the person who's saying he a Christian, but he not living for Jesus. I'm not judging nobody. I got to be judged myself. I was already judged, actually, and found guilty. And you know what I did? I accepted the blood of Jesus Christ. I understand the people who don't want to mix religion with politics. I understand that it don't need to be mixed. You need to keep politics and religion separate. I'm not against that, but I'm not going to say every man, America, the way America was founded correctly. Correctly. Every man should be allowed to worship whatever God they want to worship. It's called free will. God gave them that free will. Let them choose what they want. God wants you to choose him. If you don't want to choose God and you want to choose Muhammad or whoever you want to choose, that's your choice. That don't affect what I believe. I'ma still believe in Jesus. I'ma still preach my Jesus. I'ma go to the Muslim. Where's Zar at? Baby, come over here, Zar. Come here, baby. And I'll tell you, Zara go to church. She a Muslim. She'll go to church with me anytime I ask her to. That's Ghost. And she a whole Muslim. And I'm not just taking her to a church, a Christian church. I'm taking the church I came up in. I'm talking about the preacher is a real preacher who really preaching about Jesus. He talking, that's all he talking. They don't even wear pants. The women don't wear pants. I'm talking about like an old school Christian church. And she a whole Muslim. And I could say, let's go to church tomorrow. She coming with me. That's Ghost. Jasmine, if I was around you, you can hate them Republicans as much as you want to. I say, hey, Jazzy, she coming. That's Ghost. Because she going to know what I'm telling her is right. She going to know I love her dirty draws. And she going to know he ain't going to do nothing to hurt me. And everything he do and tell me is going to be protecting me. I'm a real dude. That's all what it is. I'm real. If I don't like you and I don't mess with you, I'm not going to be in your camp. But if I like you and I mess with you, then yeah, I'm going to rock with you. I appreciate that, Jerry, brother. Thank you, baby. Okay, Muhammad bin, he is a little bit. He is a little bit. Let me tell you something. So, if rock with me, Amber, rock with me. Okay, rock with me. Listen. So, if you got you got Christians that grow up in the church, right? And as a child, they're not allowed to do nothing. You know, when they get older, they go buck wild. The Bible says, train up a child in the way he shall go. And when he is old, he shall not depart. So you have a child that have moments and periods of time where they're acting wild. I'm saying that happens in the Muslim world. Catholics experience this bad. Anytime you are real religious with a child and you lock them up in the box, the first opportunity they get to explore, the devil's going to have them doing all sorts of wickedness. That's why you don't lock children up in a box. It's wisdom. Okay? Now, you say, Ghost, what you talking about? That's my point with Mohammed bin Salman. He's young, man. That's his only problem. He's young. He grew up in that Muslim stuff and that tight religion, knit religion. So when he got old enough, yeah, they might have hit the cocaine a little bit. Yeah, they might have hit the weed a little bit. Yeah, they might have hit the alcohol. And yeah, they might be they might have ran the prostitutes a little bit. So when the CIA look at that, they in the desert skiing off in Lamborghinis with influencers out here hitting cocaine and stuff. I'm not saying NBS was hitting it, but the people he with. So when the CIA doing their intelligence, they might look at him and say, "Oh, he doesn't look like a good leader." But you gotta have wisdom. The boy young, man. His daddy believed and trusted in him. And I hear him speaks. He is bringing Saudi Arabia to places Saudi Arabia and the Muslim world has never been. I think MBS is perfect to lead the Muslim world. MBS will sit down with Israel. He would. Ask President Trump. They hadn't joined the Abraham Accords yet, but they're going to. It's those. I've never seen this in my lifetime. President Trump had Muslim nations protecting Israel against Iran. Tucker Carlson, all y'all want to talk about this negative stuff in Israel and stop funding Israel or whatever. Maybe some of that's true, maybe it's not. I don't care. I'm going to stay on this unity stuff. President Trump President Trump had Muslim nations defending Israel against another Muslim nation. What? Jordan and them protecting Israel. That sounds like something Ghost would do. He a peacemaker, hustling peace. Well, I'm gonna do the trouble, bro. If he do something, Democrats, Jasmine. If he does something, he going 4 different ways to get to New York, Jazzy. He on a different road than what we would be on. But he got a peace deal in Israel. It's not a perfect peace plan. No, it's not. He's still working on it. I'm saying it don't matter how he get there as long as he get to the goal that we trying to accomplish too. We got a shared interest. We got shared interests. We got shared goals. As long as he's willing to go down that road and get to that goal that we trying to accomplish too, peace in Ukraine, without giving away too much of Ukraine. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. Peace in Ukraine. What's wrong with that? We need unity in this country. I hate President Trump. You can't come out and say the Democrats that you working with. Because I wonder if one of them is Hakeem. And you really call Hakeem. He said he working with Democrats. He said that. How many of us heard him say that? President Trump said he working with some Democrats. That's what I want to hear. That's good news. I don't understand that. Somebody said DJT is crazy. I mean, they might say that about Jasmine. You got to think 347 million people. Everybody got different opinions, baby. That's a lot of different ways you could go. 347 million different ways. You got to make all the stuff come together and work together. So you got to know how to bring it together. Some people don't. I know how to bring it together. I'm going to bring it together. I'm going to bring them voters. I was trying to do it with VP Harris so bad. I said to go get Nikki Haley or to go get Nikki Haley and go get Liz Cheney. And I would say get Marjorie Taylor Greene, but Marjorie Taylor Greene probably going to run for something in 28. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you need to run for president. You and Nikki Haley, you need to run for president in 2028. Y'all need women in that Republican field. You need to run for president, Marjorie Taylor Greene. But you know what I'm saying? But I said, go get Liz Cheney. I wish I was with you. I would have had so many Republicans to vote for her. She needed that. She was a woman and a minority. So a lot of Democrats, she didn't get to vote for her. A lot of Hispanics, if that was Barack Obama, I don't think those Hispanic males would have left. And Barack Obama knows that, and the Democratic Party knows that. That's why Obama was scolding them, because he know they wouldn't have left if he was on the ballot. The black men definitely wouldn't have left if he was on the ballot, but they left when VP Harris was on the ballot. That's what I'm saying. Jasmine's a woman and she a black woman. Some black men ain't gonna vote for a woman. Some white men ain't voting for a woman. These are Democrats. So you know the Republicans are definitely against it. You know how racist the Republicans are. You in Texas. You got to put a different spin on her as a black woman. You got to spin her differently. And you got to have her coming in there walking a little different and talking a little different. I'm talking about on policies and politics. It's white dudes look at, it's a bunch of old white men that look at Jasmine and they'll want her. I promise you, they might not tell your wife. Them white men, they love black girls. Don't get it twisted. She a female. God put it in you to desire her. How you think you get all them mixed kids? Them slave owners were sleeping with the slave women. Don't think they won't mess with no black woman. Whatever. Them old black men, I love you, Jasmine. You just got to go in there talking right. You can't come in there snapping your fingers with the Jerry curl juice, because that's not going to work. You a black woman and you trying to get a leadership position, a senator in Texas. That's the highest federal government job you could have in the state of Texas. And you a black woman, you only got 2 of them out of 30 million people. And you trying to get that job against Paxton. And Paxton, I ain't saying he got, but he probably, and he one of them. A good old white boy system. You got to beat that good old boy system, Jasmine. I could beat that system. I grew up with none. Look at my resume and my history. Ask about me. I grew up with nothing but white people. When I was in ninth grade and 10th grade, I had 4 classes. One of my classes, I had 2 black people. No, 2 of my classes, I was more than just me, the only black person in it. All the rest of my classes, I'm the only black person in that class. And they love me. The cheerleaders were inviting me to come to parties in 10th grade. Ask about me. I had a song on the radio in rotation in high school. At high school, they were listening to me on a radio station with 1 million people, Jay-Z 94.5 in Gulfport, Mississippi. When I was in high school, they were listening to Ghost on the radio station in front of the whole school. We talking about a high school with 1,500 people. Ain't no small school now. It's a small school compared to other states, but in Mississippi, that's a pretty good sized school, 1,500 people. Yeah. So I'm saying I could, with the white people, I'm good with every race, everybody. I'm good with I have Muslims voting for Jasmine. Because I know the conservatives can't have the Muslim. I unite the Muslims in Texas under her campaign, and they'll have a Muslim coalition. She'll get the Muslim vote. I'll get the Jewish vote. It's politics. I'm a political scientist now. That's what we do. We study groups of people. So I'm not a racist. That's why I'm going to break them up. The black vote, you just got to run them numbers up. In record numbers, how blacks come out in record numbers. All the Hispanics that vote Republican, they're going to be voting Democrat in Texas if I'm running her campaign. I know the words to say that'll get them mad. They'll be hot. They'll hate Republicans. But I'll be slick with it. I won't never say President Trump's name in the campaign ads. Because what that's going to do is the people who might kind of be softer on the edge, but they still like President Trump, and she a black woman and she just dumping on President Trump, that'll push them away. I ain't going to be dumping on President Trump. I'm going to be dumping on the Republican Party. And I know you might say that might not be bad, but shoot, you trying to get them to switch over and vote. So, yeah, you could dump on them to get some votes. It's Democrats versus Republicans, and I'm a fighter. I'm going to be swinging hard at the Republican Party in Texas, dumping on them. But the popular politicians, I wouldn't go after them. I wouldn't go after President Trump in Texas. If I was running a statewide campaign, I wouldn't do it. I would go after Speaker Johnson or other Republicans and stay focused on affordability. I wouldn't go after Governor Abbott in Texas in a statewide campaign unless I'm running against him. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about. Jasmine, you would be the next senator of the great state of Texas if I ran your campaign, and that's a fact. Sanders said, let's put it like this. For all the problems to go away they had to do to Donald Trump, I think we just need to invoke the 25th Amendment and remove him. You think so? I don't think so. You can't do that, man. The people voted. So you gonna overturn the will of the people? The people voted, man. I wouldn't do that. If you're talking about making him a lame duck, you can make him a lame duck by just stripping him of his power politically, but you're gonna do that with the voters too. If the Democrats take control of Congress, then who gave them the power? The voters. Then now you make them a lame duck. I wouldn't do nothing, Sandra, baby. I wouldn't do nothing without the voters. That's a lesson to learn. Look at Governor Newsom and look at Governor Abbott. Governor Abbott tried to do it without the voters, and look at the difficulties he's having. Because if the state of Texas had to vote on redistricting, it might not have passed. But he did it without the voters and just went to the legislator, and now he fighting for his life. The Supreme Court got to come save him because he did it wrong. Ain't nobody could touch what Gavin Newsom redistricted in California. Texas versus Cali. Cali win. Ain't nobody could touch what Gavin Newsom did because he's smart. He went to the voters. Take it to the voters. Y'all don't understand. I'm always saying the people, go to the people, take it to the people, go vote for the people. It's all about the people. President Trump, he listening to ghost the people. He can't listen to 347 million voices. But he know that voice right there knows politics. He's extremely intelligent, and he's going through the struggle that everyone else is going through. So I'm going to let Ghost be the voice for, I don't need no cabinet position. I don't need no, all I need to do is have somebody listening to the Ghost. And I know how the people feeling. You got to listen to the people and come to the aid of the people. And President Trump is working to come to the aid of the people. I'm not going to knock him if he's doing that. I don't care how y'all go at him. I ain't going to knock him if he helping. That's what he's supposed to be doing. That's his job. If you feel like he's doing something wrong while he's in the White House, then wait till he leave the White House and then go at him legally like he going at his opponents. I'm saying President Trump, I would have made peace with the Democrats. That's what I would have done. If you got 2 years left, if I end up working for one of them politics, I'm a peacemaker. The deal, he a worldwide peacemaker. I'm an American peacemaker. I believe in peace in America. Let's do the peace between ourselves and our political parties, and we can really usher in a golden age of peace and prosperity. You working on it though, President Trump. Because, boy, when I looked at them stock numbers, I had to do this. It got bright. The computer, it getting too bright around here. I got to put on my sunshades. That stock month. Didn't Ghost just say a month and a half? Oh, the stock market ended on 46,000. How he know that? I heard somebody said that on one of them TV broadcasters. How he know that? And the response to it was, oh, he's smart. Oh, he intelligent. Y'all think that's what it is? Ghost just is intelligent. Well, a month or two ago, I said it's gonna hit 47,000. Let me stop playing with y'all. The Dow Jones Index gonna hit 50,000 under Donald J. Trump. That's where it's going. Jerome Powell or whatever, whoever there, if President Trump ain't fired, the Fed gonna cut rates again. They cutting the rates again. The Fed's gonna cut rates again, and the stock market gonna go higher. President Trump, you this close. All you got to do is catch the bottom rung, and you got the whole picture. Elon, you said it couldn't be fixed. All of the problems can't be fixed, but on the economy, all you got to do is come put your hand under the bottom, President Trump. You got the beginning of your fingers. You listening to Ghost, and he's starting to put his hand under the bottom. President Trump, if you catch that bottom, you have the greatest economy the world ever seen. You just don't realize, Speaker Johnson, you can't have a great economy with all these homeless people. Because you rich. Like Tupac said, I got a 75-room mansion and I got 74 people sleeping on the streets across the street from my house. The price of me, one man getting a 75-room mansion means that 74 people got to sleep on the street across the street from this 75. This was the price. Tupac said I wouldn't even feel right sleeping in the mansion and 74 people. The price for me, one man to get a house means 74 people got to go homeless. You got to catch the bottom, President Trump. You gave Elon and them the tax break. You already did that. Now come catch the bottom. That's all you got to do. You did your tariffs. America got trillions. Come catch the bottom. Who'd you hurt by doing the tariffs? Come be Superman. Be Robin Hood. They gonna love you. President Trump, in the end, you listening to Ghost, the people gonna love you. But your party, not so much. But at least you won't have to pay. You, Don, the Trump name or the Trump legacy won't have to pay a price for what the Republican Party is doing to our country. And it ain't nothing, Speaker Johnson. He don't hate America. Y'all don't think Republicans hate America. He just got old-fashioned, outplayed policies. Those policies are over. It's just like the Nancy Reagan's 1980 war on drugs. 1980, 1990, the year 2000, 2010, 2020. It's been 45 years, and drug uses went higher. You killed Capone, Noriega. I'm talking about they, just like President Trump and them doing. Ronald Reagan did that back in the 80s. Y'all don't remember say no to drugs? Getting the kids say no to drugs, it didn't stop the problem. Ghost got a fix for you. I wish my computer was on. I would look up those European nations who legalized drugs across the board. And 10 years later, ain't nobody doing drugs. He took away the aurora. You know, on the black market, a little kid, you got to sneak and smoke weed. You know, at my age, if you on THC, your body needs it, nah. But when you was a kid, your body ain't never had it to need it. Unless you got some kind of disability or mental disorder, but you need to get that from the doctor. So I'm saying, you on the streets, you smoking weed. This ain't because you got stress or anxiety. Somebody 50 smoking weed, that's probably what it's about. But a 20-year-old or a 16, 15, 12-year-old, whenever you was when you hit the joint, you trying to get high because it's cool. All the cool kids, it's a black market. Once you get high, the drug then took over. Now it's over. But the reason you hit the cigarette at first in your 15 is to be cool. Well, ain't none of it illegal no more, so you can't be cool doing drugs no more. Not over there. And where was it? Finland, y'all? Norway? Where was it at? Where they did the study. They took away the coolness out of it. HIV and AIDS, it went down dramatically. All the needles and stuff that litters the streets in American cities, you could just go right there, give you the needle, and have a proper place to dispose of it. So that took away all the needles and stuff gone. Out the city, all the needles gone. The homeless people, I don't know how they did it with the people who needed help. They know the people who doing drugs because they coming into the government basically to get the drugs so the government can control it. All the drug dealers, you know, your daughter going in that alley, your daughter doing something profane to a man to get some crack. Well, that man, he gone. She ain't got to go to the alley to get the crack. The drug dealer's gone. Why would I go in a drug alley with this dude to buy some crack when I could just go in the store and buy the crack? The drug dealers was gone. The crime rate went down drastically. And what they found out is after when they legalized all drugs, they cut drug use by 50%. The government getting taxes off the drug money and paying police officers and paying for a campaign to tell kids not to do drugs. You know who paying for that? Not taxpayers. The drug users are paying for a campaign. I'm going to get drug money and use that money to tell the kids not to do drugs and cut the drug. That takes some wisdom right there. We can't, all these old-fashioned policies and all these that does not work. You saying, oh, well, what about the moral issues? The moral issues is I'm stopping kids from doing drugs by legalizing them. That's how I stop the kids from doing it, by making it legal. What? What this dude talking about? Y'all want some wisdom that the world has never seen. Y'all know where it's at. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that I got the wisdom that the world has ever seen, because other countries but I know to follow what they did over there. Look, that worked. I'm going to do what works. That's why I win. If I have a case and I can't get all the money out the case, I'll get out the back door with $1,500. I'm a win, bruh. And Jasmine, I'm telling you, if you want to win, I'm telling you how to win. There was a candidate, look. So my first campaign, I was going to run in Mississippi. It's a young man. I don't want to call his name, but he was going to run for state senator. He's never been in politics before, okay? The only reason why we not doing it is because he's got to want to do it. I need him to want to do it, but I'm gonna run his campaign, and I promise you, state senate. I think when I looked at the election, they had 50,000 people who voted. So I got to talk to 50,000 Mississippians, and that's it. I feel like I didn't even need no money to do that. I don't even need no campaign donations. I could do that by myself and win that little bitty election. I know what the people want to say. I know what you need to say. I can't say it and they come and they like me or come vote for me. But Jasmine, they love Jasmine. So I could tell Jasmine, I could whisper in her ear to Jasmine and say this. And they say this and they gonna love her 10 times more. That's what Go See is. Baby, we got big donations today. It looked like we got over about $80 in donations or more this morning, guys. Thank you so much, Jerry. I got so much love for you, baby. Thank you so much. That's the largest donation that I ever got at one time, was a $50 donation. So I didn't even have a live stream planned for today. I thank God I came on this live stream and did this content today, man, because that helps the channel. And that helps tomorrow live stream, because I think tomorrow with President Trump and Secretary Rubio and Jared, I got to shout out Jared, man. I like Jared. Them working on that peace plan in Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? I want to put my 2 cents in it. You know what I'm saying? I want to look at what they got online and what Putin's plan is, and I want to see if I could throw some. So I'm going to do some hard down researching and studying. You know what I'm saying? We need to get Putin to the table, man. That's the last war. Putin is holding up the progress in the world, real talk. If we could get Putin to put the guns down, the rest of the fighting president that's going on, President Trump done got most of it tamped down. If we could get Putin to put the guns down, we could really work on improving the world's economy. Not just American economy, the world economy. There's a lot of European nations. We want to fight, bro. We got AI now. Let's cure cancer. You got artificial intelligence now. Let's cure homelessness. No more homelessness. An age of peace and prosperity for the whole world. Can we do that? Ghostwriter, I'm ready to roll up my sleeve and solve the problem. You can ask my daddy. I told my daddy, like, I feel like I cry for the world's problems. It's like God put the pain of the whole world on me. I told him that one time. He said, what? He said, boy, you don't be worried about nothing but your own stuff. But I told him, like, I feel like that I feel everybody's pain, bruh. God did that to me, bro. I'm ready to solve them problems. I could solve them problems, so I asked the people that know me. My mama remember her son. I'd take a whole... I'm talking about, and when I got older, I started taking the PlayStations apart, the Ataris apart, and putting them back together. Remember the VCR when it first came out? I wanted to know how it worked. So when you take it apart, like, you just got to remember when you take it apart, how it's coming apart. And I put it back together. Now I could do it. Big ghostwriter, baby. Man, my boy Jerry, bro, he hooked it up this morning, man. So I'm rocking with y'all. Y'all riding with Big Ghostwriter. What we talking about? We've been streaming 3 hours. The most money that I got one time doing a live stream, I think was like $160. I might have streamed for 2 hours and got $160, but that $50 donation was the largest donation I seen at one time. I seen people coming and supporting their YouTubers, their favorite YouTubers. I was watching Academics channel the other day. I seen somebody had gave him a $300 donation. I think, was it Don Lemons? I think it was either Don Lemons Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly's, one of their channels, somebody gave them a $500 donation. I think I seen Candace Owens' channel, 500 too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'll stay up on, because the influencers are ones who influence in politics. Legacy media do it too, but Joe Rogan and them, Alex Jones and them, they are mad influential. Megyn Kelly, you are too, baby. Tucker Carlson, you are too. Tucker, listen, some of Tucker's views, I don't agree with Tucker's views, but his content be very interesting. I'm sorry, y'all. He's a populist. Anybody who's a populist, I don't care what party you in. The Young Turks, I mess with the Young Turks. With Anna and Sin, I be watching both of them. Sin, you be talking about Israel too much. I don't like that. Everybody don't want to hear you talk about Israel. Okay, Bibi Netanyahu, like, okay, yeah, Israel, they paying, yeah, Israel, who cares? If the most powerful country in the world was America, and the Israelis were paying the Americans to put their interests before their own, and the politicians were doing it, the politicians are stupid for doing that. How you could blame Israel for doing that? I notice a lot of people just have blind hatred for the Jews. That's why Hillary killed so many of them. Stop hating on Israel. Who cares? As long as Netanyahu show me them kids that BB starving, and show them kids he's starving. Put them kids back on TV. Put some kids and some children and some women that BB. I don't care what their race is, BB. Put some women and some children that he's starving on TV. I'm saying he ain't starving no women and kids. They gonna have knick-knack fighting, shot, shoot, gun. That's just the neighborhood he live in. Put on his shoes for a day. I'm not trying to take up for Israel. Ain't nobody paid me nothing to do nothing for Israel. Nobody paid me to do nothing for Israel. But what I'm saying is, that's all. If I get on your network, all you talking about is Israel. You just hating on Israel. Why? Bro, you know how many nations do that for American favor? The Ukrainians tried it. It's just Israel good at it. Who cares? Don't hate on Israel because they paying America to stay protected in a dangerous neighborhood. America is the ones who doing it for them. Who cares? I don't like that. When I get on the networks, always hating on Israel. I don't be liking that. But other than that, man, I be rocking with everybody, bro. I watch everybody's stuff. Besides Nick Fuentes, I'm just playing. I'll be listening to him sometimes. You just better not be saying that racist stuff. You better cut that out. We're not playing that racist stuff in America no more. The military don't want that, man. They want unity. They want people to be on the same page and united. And that's what we pushing for. That's what we need. What's wrong with that? That's what we need. This is our country. Don't you love your country? You love your country more than you hate the opposite party. Do you hate the opposite party more than you love your country? That's the question to every American. You know I'm always on the people's side, but this is a question I'm posing to the people. Do you hate the other party more than you love your country? You said you can't travel to Israel because you Amish. We'll try to get that changed. BB, you need to be as relaxed as you can on as many policies as you can. Real talk. We trying to get an age of peace and prosperity in the world. That's what we want. Who down for peace and prosperity in the whole world? That's what we looking for. He said, MAGA tars. I'm not MAGA. I ain't never voted for MAGA. You know that I'm not. How you going to say that, MAGA tars? How you going to say I'm MAGA? You obviously haven't been in the stream, sir, when I'm asking a Democratic congresswoman in Texas to call me to run her campaign. So how I'm MAGA? I'm a Democratic congresswoman that I adore. You know what I'm saying? I love that girl. Not like love her like she fine and beautiful, like love her like that. But as far as her fighting for the people and standing up for the people's rights, as far as her being a politician, I love her as a politician. Yes, I do. And she a whole Democrat, big Democrat. And I want her. That's a dream job for me. Yes, it would be, because I know I will win that job. And starting on a level that high, oh man, I'll be in the door campaign, and I work for the Republicans and the Democrats. Unless somebody put me under contract, I want America to win. If President Trump wins, then America wins. He's the president. America wins. I don't care about your party. I care about my country. That ain't no word salad or no talking points. That's facts. I don't care about your party. I care about my country. Period. Screw your party. My colors are red, white, and blue. Screw your party. I'll tell you to your face. I don't care nothing about your party. President Trump, he come in here, he know, cause he understand the politics. Scott B, the Republicans, they understand, they see the whole picture. I'm not the Republicans, but his cabinet, like Marco and them, they up there doing the job. They not down here in politics like Mike Johnson and them. They up there doing the job. They got arrows pointed at shooting them. We shooting arrows at President Trump and them. So President Trump, like, he not finna take this heat. He finna get down here and do what the people elected them to do. Help the people. Mike Johnson, you playing politics. Speaker Johnson, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Like I said, I like you as a man. As a human, I will hang out with you probably first out of almost anybody in Congress. But Speaker Johnson, you playing politics, though. Because you think it's about your party. If you got a plan, introduce the plan. Because I'm saying we got how many more days? You know how long it take them to get stuff done, right? We got how many more days before the people's self-care premiums triple? How many more days we got? And you talking about a plan. Or you going against the Obamacare subsidies, and we running out of time. We running out of time, Speaker Johnson. That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about. So President Trump, drop that plan, big dog. I hope I get off this stream. I pray I get off this stream and hear that you didn't drop that plan. Drop that plan, President Trump. He getting the ball rolling. You see the Democrats, they talking good about you. I'm saying he got Marjorie Taylor Greene to quit. He talking about Obamacare subsidies. He hugging on Mandami. He talking about giving the people $2,000 a month. Democrat, bro, President Trump, you might think whatever you think is happening in America, because the silent majority aren't speaking. Ghost is a voice for that silent majority. President Trump, that slide that you have, the Republican Party started, that swirl, I know the Democrats want you down the toilet. That swirl you started, you stopped that swirl, you starting to trying to pop up off that swirl. That's what's happening. You erasing that momentum and you climbing back up. They could say Jeffrey Epstein all they want to. I'm saying $2,000 isn't gonna make me rich. It's not gonna make nobody rich. An extra $2,000 ain't gonna make nobody rich. But it's President Trump giving it to people will help his cause greatly. Because they see that he cares. He's trying to help. He's trying to do something. We hadn't seen nothing being done to this point. If he gonna do something to help the people, yeah, that's gonna help his cause greatly. Help his cause greatly. Greatly. Guys, if y'all have not liked the video, make sure y'all double tap the screen for me. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell. We ain't got that many people in here this week cooking this morning, 3 hours. I got the largest donation I ever got at one time this morning, $50 donation. So we're going to do the longest live stream I ever done at one time. If I can. You know what I'm saying? This a ride with Ghost Rider. I might have to ride y'all across the street to McDonald's. That boy get hungry. Oh, he's gotta, but James, you gotta do the you gotta look at the content, man. He got a healthcare plan. President Trump got a healthcare plan. This ain't no concept of a plan. He said he working with 2 Democrats on the plan, and they finna unveil it. The Republicans don't even know about the plan. It's a place, just like, that's what I said. Like, I mean, I was President Trump. I've been waiting for you to do that. I see you doing it with Ukraine and Russia. I don't care. Listen, tomorrow y'all gonna be mad again tomorrow, Democrats. Because listen, y'all, they said that President Trump, he started off with a 28-point plan on Ukraine. They said that was Russian talking points. And what's your point? What's wrong with that? That's genius. That's how you negotiate. Russia's bigger, Russia's stronger, Russia's got more people. So I'm gonna go with Russia first. Because they're not going to stop fighting. Putin not going to stop killing people at all. He don't care. He wants all of Ukraine. He going to keep fighting until he get it. So while this going on, I'm going to go to Russia first, and I'm going to say, what you want? I got 28 points. Give me your 28 points, and I'm going to take it to Zelensky, and I'm going to say, Zelensky, what can we work with on that? Zelensky said we can't do. So 6 points, it's only 22 points now, 6 points submission. And some of the other stuff they changed. So when Zelensky finished with the paper, I'm going to take it back to Russia and I'm going to say what you could work with since they so stupid, since we can't get along, President Trump, they can't get along, they kill each other, they hate each other. You trying to stop two kids from destroying the world. I understand what Putin's saying, even though I don't agree with it, and I understand what Zelensky's saying, even though, but he the ally, so you got to pick his side. But really, all of it stupid, really. Putin need to lose some of his soldiers and his military. He need to be chastised. He was being too aggressive. So I agree with the military's move to do that, but I'm just saying it's time to stop the fight now. So I done went to you. I done got Russia's plan. I gave it to Ukraine. So Ukraine then worked on the plan, and now I'm finna give it back to Russia. And Russia say, we can't do this, do this, do it. Then I'm going to give it back to Ukraine, and hopefully we can meet, so we can finally get them together in the room, hopefully to get some signatures on something, to put some guns down. That's that peace hustle, how you do the dance. That's that peace hustle, big President T. I'm rocking with you today, baby. President T, you got a health care plan? You trying to lower that woman's... Listen, ain't none of this helping me. My Medicare, I got Medicare. So it ain't helping me no more. I got good insurance now. But I'm saying, President Trump, I'm saying you got a health care plan to help that woman in Idaho whose premiums is about to double or about to triple or quadruple. You got a plan to help her? Oh, yeah, I'm doing the Trump dance today. You want to come help the people? I'll rock with you, Big Ghost, I'll rock with you. And I don't care what anybody else, I'm saying the American people as a whole. I'm speaking for the majority, the plurality of the voters. They rocking with you. Watch that approval rate now. President Trump, stay on that path you on right now. Watch that approval rate now. The Democrats going to be mad to start 2026 because in January, them numbers going to be at 47, 48, 49%, real clear average. Watch that approval rate now. I know numbers now. Watch that approval rating, President Trump. Keep on trying to help the people. Keep on come helping the people, President Trump. Watch that approval rate jump. Go through the ceiling. Watch it get up there. That's all you got to do is help the people. Good morning, Miss Sharice, baby. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you doing, Trace? Good morning. Prescriptions are coming down. The Democrats worked on prescriptions too, though, didn't they? Didn't the Democrats worked on prescription drugs? I think I heard Jasmine talk about that. I'll be listening to Jasmine a lot. I want that phone call, boy. You know what I'm saying? I won't be on the ground. I'm a strategist. I'm in a think tank. I'm going to send you data sheets, communication sheets. You just got to put me in the office somewhere where I could just look at numbers all day. I could study the movements of the groups of people in the state of Texas. And I'll send you communications and data sheets. You ain't never got to see me. I ain't never got to be nowhere around the campaign ever. But I'll be there on the night that she win. And as long as she listens to me, if I'm working for VP Harris, you need to pick Josh Shapiro as I'm dead serious. You need to pick Josh Shapiro as your presidential. Didn't I see? Y'all heard me say that as your VP. You gotta listen to me now. If she don't listen to me, then I can't. You can't make her listen to you. It's her campaign. She the politician. She running for that seat. You can't make her listen to you now. You gotta convince her to do what you saying to win. You gotta work for that. Hey, this what you need to do to win. This what you gotta do, fam. If she don't feel it, she not gonna do it. But if that costs you to see, if you end up, I feel like if I end up losing, there wasn't no reason for me even to try to run the campaign. I don't believe in losing. I'm a win at all costs. At all costs to win. If you got to turn a little bit red, Jasmine, for March to November, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. If you got to turn a little bit red, Jasmine, for 8 months, if you got to embrace a little bit Republican something for 8 months to win at all costs. Win at all costs. First woman, first black senator from Texas, and you flip the state, the whole nation will ride on this. Democratic Party gonna give you plenty of money to win that election. They might drop 60 million on it. Jazzy, win at all costs, baby. That's what Big Ghostwriter do. Guys, we've been streaming about 3 hours and 25 minutes. I'm trying to get in at least 3.5 hours. So I'm gonna step aside one more time, and when I come back, I'll go ahead and put an end to the live stream. I see that most of y'all, you know what I'm saying, y'all done got y'all thoughts out. People done dropped in and went on about their business, y'all. So let me come back one more time, and when I come back, we'll go ahead and close it out if no one else got nothing else. Crockett, a OC. What's an OC? You can't talk about Jasmine now. That's my baby. Yeah, like they worked on the Epstein files. What's with the Epstein files? I missed that. I'm not sure what they talking about the Epstein file. Speaking our mind is the only way. It's the best way. President Trump needs to know how the people feel. If he don't know how the people feel, how is he gonna? He looking at the stock market. He looking at economic indicators. Okay, I got economic indicators that the job market's not, but that's not enough for him to know that people are hurting. You need people to say, "Hey, we hurting," and you need him to be able to listen to that to understand. Okay, I need to do A, B, C, and D to correct course. That's for the good of America. That's good for that woman in Idaho, so her babies can have their health care insurance. We want her babies to be protected. Those are my children. I told you, God put that love in me like that. That compassion. We want her babies to be protected. Why not? This is the richest country on earth, like Don Lemon said. Like Pete Buttigieg said. The richest country on earth. Why should we be going without anything? The poor people going without. President Trump don't all the way know how they hurting or what's going on. So how will he know if he's not told? Somebody got to tell him. Speaking up for the people. Have a happy Thanksgiving, Peter. You too. I appreciate that. I want to say, everybody in here, I hope y'all have a happy Thanksgiving. We got a lot to be thankful about in America. Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, in my opinion, it don't matter. God, I never heard. Have you ever heard the word Christian? Is it in the Bible? Did Jesus describe himself as a Christian? Jesus is the way. He's the life. He's the truth. It's about Jesus. You understand that? So to me, I don't care what doctrine or religion you in. I don't care if you a Muslim. I don't have no problem about Muslims. But when we start talking about religion, I'm gonna tell you about Jesus. You can't hate Muslims. Don't hate Muslims. Just tell them about Jesus. That's gonna separate what needs to be separated. Does that make sense? Because I want to tell them about Jesus, but I can't just walk up and start saying, "Hey, Jesus love you, Muslim guy. Hey, Muslim guy, your religion is wrong and Jesus got the right religion." I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to just be cool with him and lay back and chill, put my glasses on. You feel me? I'm going to just chill. But when the conversation comes up, then this is my opportunity to share Jesus with this Muslim guy. I think that's how Jesus would have did it. I don't think you cut off people because of their religion. You don't cut people off, man. You build bridges. We're not building fences. We building bridges. Not bridges for illegals to just come into America. President Biden took that. He wanted 25 million illegals to come to. We building bridges, though, man. Real talk. An age of peace and prosperity for the whole world. For the whole world. I appreciate that. Sharice, I appreciate that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, we want to listen. Like I said, I'm gonna say this one more time before I go. Jasmine, I understand where you coming from. Listen, if I was working for Jasmine, I wouldn't support Marjorie Taylor. Anything she told me to do, I would do it. She my boss. I don't care if it's a contract and like I ain't never around her. I'm working for her. She paying me, then she my boss. She said, "Hey, you can't, I don't want you supporting Marjorie Taylor Greene." Ain't no conversation about it. I don't want to see her. You following her on Instagram. I can't follow her no more. If I work for her. But me not working for her, I'm going to feel how I feel. But I'm not going to hate her when she say something bad about President Trump or Marjorie Taylor Greene or nobody. I'm not going to hate her. I understand where she coming from. President Trump, Jasmine a female, and I feel like that's mine. You feel me? So hearing you talk about Representative Crockett, that dude, like, I really don't like that. I'll tell you the truth. I don't like that, but I understand that that's politics. That's what they do in politics. My job as a political strategist is to make it all come together. To solve a problem and make it all come together. So I'm not going to indulge in, of course, you know, why would I hate on Jasmine? That's where I'm at. But I'm saying I'm not going to hate on President Trump either. Somebody said, go get a job. I'm the best one, the best litigators, you and me. And I'm in here pitching for a job. Tell Jasmine to call me. That's my job. I'm pitching for it. Machinist? I don't know what that means. Smart duck, I don't know what's wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? I've been in here so long, though, man. Streaming this morning. I ain't even got time for it. Y'all, that's my time. Like I said, I'm a Christian. I don't hate no Muslims. I'm going to talk to everybody. We all in this together. We're humans. We're all human beings. You should always never put down another person's humanity. Treat them like a human, because that's what they are. I'm going to treat you like a human. I don't care if I punch you in your face. I'm not going to hurt you or kill you. When you say fight's over, I'm not going to kick you in your teeth. I might help you up. I might buy you a cheeseburger. I'm going to treat you like a human. Even when I disagree with you, I'm going to treat you like a human being. Respect the humanity of all people. That's number one. That's how we unite. That's what we got in common. We got our humanity in common. So that's how you unite under that flag of humanity. Treat everyone like a human. I'm going to treat this Muslim like a human. When we start talking about religion, that's when we going to separate naturally, because I'm going to tell them about Jesus. And I'm going to tell them the only way you could go to heaven is if you have been washed in the blood of Jesus. That's what I believe. That's the only way to heaven, is to be washed in Jesus' blood. That's it. I don't have to beef or fight with the Muslim. When the conversation come up with a Buddhist, I'm going to tell the Buddhist, look, all those good works you're doing is good. The monks, them being celibate and them not getting upset and never raising their voice, that's all good. But without the blood of Jesus, I don't believe that you could go to heaven. Even doing all that good, there needs to be a day or a time in your life. I don't care about any man who's saying he's a Christian. There needs to be a time in your life that you can remember that you got on your knees and you prayed, Lord, forgive me of my sins. Lord, I am a low down sinner and I deserve hell. Forgive me for my sins. Come into my life. I accept the blood that you shed on the cross as payment of my sins, Lord. And I believe that you died for me. And I believe that you are finna save my soul from hell. The Bible says that thou shalt confess with thy mouth and believe with thy heart, thou shalt be saved. You got to pray. That's the confession. If any man shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. God don't mean you go outside and you start yelling. It's a prayer. One prayer, one prayer, one prayer. Sincere. Asking Jesus to forgive you of your sins. That's all it takes to become a Christian. Now, if you were sincere and you are really tired of the wrong that you've done before, once you become a Christian, you're going to choose to live like Jesus. And I'm going to tell you something now. When you start living like Jesus, you're going to see that life ain't necessarily like your preachers. Your preacher don't necessarily live like Jesus. Your preacher, salvation is not in your preacher. It ain't in no man but one, and his name is Jesus. In Revelation, there's a scripture where an angel came and the angel was in heaven, the holiest place of all places with the holiest people of all places. An angel was in heaven and the angel came. Thank you for the donation, Miss Lori, baby, Miss Lori. An angel came and the angel asked, the angel said, who is holy? Who is holy? Who is worthy to open the book? And the angel looking all around heaven and can't find nobody who worthy to open the book. But he found one man, and that one man's name is Jesus. It ain't no preacher. It ain't no church. It's not the Republican Party. The only man who is worthy, his name is Jesus. And it's Jesus alone. I believe that. I don't never have to hate on no Muslim. Never. Bruh, Muslim dudes, some of them young Muslim dudes, some of the coolest dudes you'll ever meet, they don't halfway believe in it anyway. You know how the young Christians do, they don't really believe in Jesus. They ain't living like no Christian. Well, how you think the Muslims different? Them dudes out there sleeping with girls and doing everything under the sun. And when they go outside, they put on their habit, whatever, and they walk around like, but it's the same thing. But what's going to separate us is when we talk about our religion. That's when it'll separate naturally. Because I'm going to naturally tell them that I believe Jesus suffered, bled, and died on your cross for your sins. I don't believe. Thank you, Miss Lori. Y'all just came in here and blessed me today, bro. I done got over $100 in donations, man. I love you, Miss Lori. Thank you so much for coming in, popping in, showing in, and supporting, man. Real talk. Thank y'all so much. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you guys. Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all so much. I got so much to be thankful for. I got Miss Lori. She said she working right now. Miss Lori had told me she is the ops the other day. I got so much love for you, Miss Lori. Thank you so much. You know what I'm saying? I got Miss Lori. That's something to be thankful for. Legal Wars Live, y'all, just started as me just sharing my opinions. I'm just sharing my opinions. I want to appeal in the U.S. Court of Appeal. I thought I had some sort of legal knowledge to do that no one else has, because it's not. And I'm just on here sharing my story. That's how I started. Miss Lori been rocking with me from day one. I'm thankful for that. This is our second Thanksgiving on Legal Wars Live. I got a bunch of people been rocking with me from day one. I'm thankful for that. I'm out here in New York City right now. I'm thankful for that. I thought I would never. At one point, I had goals to go to New York City, but after I got 40 years old, bro, you could ask my sister and them. I was telling people I was from New York when I was young. I love New York, man. I had goals to go to New York City as a little kid, bro. And once I got 40, I've been in the Army, been around America, and never got to go to New York City. I started to thinking I'd never get to go, but I'm up here now. I thought I'd never get to go to Chicago. I'm up here. I went to Chicago, went to Detroit. I'm doing things that I want to do. I just won a case 2 weeks ago. I want to file lawsuits. I got a lot to be thankful for. Miss Lori, I'm nowhere where I need to be. And she knows that. And I'm working on that. People who come in this live stream and they make fun of me, I just let them make fun of me. You can make fun of me. I don't care about that. I just want to deliver the content because the content is important. And I love my nation. But them saying something about me, I don't care. Let them say what they want to say. If I got a $20 million house, Miss Lori, within 5 years, the only prayer I pray to God is that I'm no different. I'm the same person, humble. I want to be humble. And I want to serve the people. I want to serve my country. I want to serve my God. To get to where I got to go through, I'm a fighter. I got to go through some tough stuff. I'm not crying about it. I'm out here swinging and fighting and getting it. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said New York. Miss Cherie says New York's her home. Now, look, I went to Ithaca, New York. That's upstate, bro. I told Miss Lori about that. I love Ithaca, bro. You know what I'm saying? I love New York. I love the East Coast. I love America. I love getting to talk, the opportunity to talk to all the people. I'm saying, like, I can't say that I'm not blessed. God has allowed me to do a lot of things that I wanted to do. There's still a lot more things that I want to do that I haven't got to do yet. You know what I'm saying? I need to buy a house. Yes, I do. I'm not ashamed of nothing I've been through. Look at how fat I am. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in need, and at the same time, I'm not in need of nothing. So this Thanksgiving 2025, I'm gonna be thank God like every other Thanksgiving ain't nothing different. I'm thankful. I'm gonna stay thankful. God is not my enemy. Oh, you said you in the Pennsylvania mountains, so you in the Alps. I just was in. Oh, I didn't go to the mountains. I went to Erie. I went to Lake Erie. But Miss Lori, I'm gonna pass through those Pennsylvania mountains sooner than later. I'm going to just tell you that now. Cruising with Ghost Rider coming up in a week or two. I'm going to pass through them Pennsylvania mountains sooner than later. I love the state of New York, though. I ain't going to lie. I pretty much, when I went and stayed in Connecticut for 3 weeks, it's because New York was right here. And I knew I was getting back to New York. We the people 10 New York City. I knew I was going to end up back in New York. Just didn't know when I was going to end up. But I think I first touched down. I left Erie, Pennsylvania. I think I first touched down in New York when? October? And it's about to be December. So basically, I've been up here for almost 3 months in the New York area. I was in New York, then I went through Massachusetts, stayed in Connecticut, and then I'm back in New York. And I've been here again the second time, like 2 or 3 weeks. The first time I stayed for like a month in Ithaca. I didn't want to leave. It was just so cold. It was freezing, but it was so beautiful, like Miss Lori said. She said the Pennsylvania mountains, so she already know. It is gorgeous. The Appalachian Mountains all the way up the East Coast, y'all. Y'all just go check out the content. It's too gorgeous. She says, rarity, but I'm very close to Poconos. Well, Miss Lori, you'll be seeing me in a minute if you want to. You know what I'm saying? Kingston Cass says, I live in Connecticut. Shout out CT. Y'all shout out the state of Connecticut. Shout out all of New England. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Big Pennsylvania. I'm finna be coming through there in not too long. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Massachusetts. Shout out Vermont, New Hampshire. I didn't get to visit Vermont, New Hampshire. You know what I'm saying? Shout out the city of Boston. Real talk. Yeah, Miss Lori, definitely. Definitely. Not too long. Not too long. Y'all gonna see me in Pennsylvania. You know what I'm saying? I wish I really could stay in New York. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be here as long as I can be. I still got business to handle in Connecticut. You know what I'm saying? And I just pray that God will allow me to come back to New York City one day. You know what I'm saying? But New York is very far from Mississippi. That's where I'm from. Even further from Texas. You talking about hours drive, a day's drive, over a day's drive. You know what I'm saying? But I finally got to come up here and I've enjoyed all the time I spent up here. Lifetime full of memories. Beautiful up here. There's no city in the world like New York. I've been to every city in America, really major city, but Houston and Phoenix. I mean Houston, I'm sorry, I lived in Houston, but LA and Phoenix. Houston, Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Memphis, New Orleans, Atlanta, Miami, Charlotte. Start naming cities. New York. I mean, okay, I didn't go to Boston either. Denver, Colorado, every city in Texas you can name. Austin, keep coming across. Little Rock, Arkansas, name any city you want to in America that's got people in it. I've been to all of them. Besides, really, the major ones, the ones in California and Vegas and Boston. That's it. All the other major cities I've been to. So when people told me that New York City was like, I was like, no way. Real talk. I was no way. I've been to all the cities. All the cities the same, but New York City is truly a city that is like no other. It truly is. Like no other. Oh, she said she's in a private community called the Hideout. Miss Lori, just tap in with me after December 5th. You keep up with the content, so you gonna know that I'm a ride through PA. So you know I'm a ride through PA. I'm a drop in PA and stay for a little while. I got some situations to handle, medical situations in PA too. You know what I'm saying? So you know I'm gonna come through. So just keep up with the content and I'll let you know, Miss Lori, when I'm in PA. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate you, Miss Lori, one of my ardent supporters. My boy Angelo in New Jersey, you know what I'm saying? I told Angelo to come across that bridge. He told me he wanted me to come across, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know if I ain't gonna be streaming in Jersey. Pennsylvania the next stop. Well, I'm not on the tour no more, but definitely Pennsylvania the next stop. I think North Carolina might be the final destination until next year, and then we're going to do the Tax the Rich tour out west. Yep. I chose to come to New York before Cali. I could have went west. I chose to come east. I was like, I ain't never been to New York City, so I'd rather go to New York City first. But California is one of them places too. California next on the list. But I chose New York before Cali, though. She says, not optical jump if you froggy. Hey, I ain't gonna jump, but I'm gonna ride through, Miss Lauren, though, definitely, and come holler if you want to, for sure. You know what I'm saying? Y'all could come check me out. You know what I'm saying? I'll come check y'all out. Maybe we could go out to eat or something. Just say what's up to y'all, man. I met some people last time I was in PA, man. You know what I'm saying? Some good people, some real good people, man. I met people all over this great, big, beautiful country. I really have. And I've enjoyed myself. I enjoyed my time. I enjoy meeting people. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, Miss Lori Walsh, like having this channel. Miss Lori, who you hear? I got A New, you know what I'm saying? Like Colin, Brian C. I hadn't seen Brian C in a while. That happens though whenever we start talking about politics. And you know what I'm saying? They probably felt like I was, leaning more on the Democrat side. It's just what's going on in politics. President Trump had a bad month. The Republicans had a bad month. The Democrats had a really good month. Oh, okay. That sounds awesome, man. Y'all are so lucky, bro. Colorado. She said we're going to Colorado for 2 weeks on the 11th, just to let you know. So that means that I only got a few days to be able to catch up with it, probably. Or she said she's going to be gone for 2 weeks, but they'll be back on the 25th towards the end of the month. That's cool, though. I think I'm not sure, I might still be looking at out. Oh, you said looking at property. Oh, man, Miss Laura, you so lucky, man. That's my state. That's one of my adoration states, my love states. I love the state of Colorado. Absolutely adore it, y'all. Love it. There's a couple of states that I'm very fond of like that, and Colorado is one of them. If you're an outdoors person, Colorado is just one of them states. Man, somebody just sent another gift. Thank you, baby, for that gift. Hi, Violet. H. Violet, thank you for the floating heart, baby. Oh, Miss Lori said, just keep moving my feet. I'm winning I know, Miss Lori, I need to win the whole thing, though. Miss Lori, when we win the whole thing, I'm going to give the glory to my creator. That's what I do. After I win the whole thing, I'm going to worship my God. That's what I do. I don't know nothing else to do. My head do get big. I got a big head. But Miss Lori, after I win the whole thing, I'm going to worship my creator. And Miss Lori, she just sit here blessing me and blessing me and blessing me. Man, I promise y'all, bro, with nobody in it, look how much money y'all done made. I can't believe that, man. That's the most money I ever got in a one live stream at one time. That's over $100 some, man. And just sitting here kicking it with y'all, man, in here blessing Miss Lori. I got mad love for you. You supported the channel. I mean, from day one when it was jumping up in here, Miss Lori, she always come in here and she has always supported. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She sent a big turkey, and I'm going to keep moving my feet. Definitely. Got to. That's why I said that's what, we're going to just keep rolling. We're going to roll on through. But meantime, though, like the places that I visited that, you know what I'm saying, I was fond of, I got love for New York. I got some love for Connecticut, too. I just wish I had more love for Connecticut. I might will in the end. I got love for PA. Of course, I'm finna ride through. You know what I'm saying? I still got love for Massachusetts and stuff. I got love for New England. I just got to see how New England was to live here. You know what I'm saying? You'll see a place on the map and you'll be like, oh, man, that's beautiful. And the people and their customs. And you'll be like, man, I think this would be a really great place for me to live. And then when you come up here and you live up here and you see how it really is and you're like, oh, no. You got to go visit the places and experience the places. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying like, but it might not be a place for me to live or some of these places, but I still enjoy myself. It's a great place to visit. Connecticut was one of the prettiest places that I visited. I had to write a lawsuit in the end. Who cares? It still was one of the prettiest places I visited. Tennessee was too. God is everything or he is nothing. All he is everything, Miss Lori. He everything. Point blank. He everything. Listen, I'm not going to say that I'm not selfish, Miss Lori, and I don't do things my way. That's a problem that I have that I'm working on. I do things my way. You know what I'm saying? But I never lose the mentality or the mindset or the hindsight or the foresight that I depend on him, Miss Lori. That's who I depend on. Is I depend on God. That's me. Like, I'm not gonna judge nobody else for however you do it. You might depend on your intellect. My intellect has failed me. I don't care how great it is. I'm a man. My intellect has failed me. You might depend on your money. You might depend on your might. People depend on a lot of different things, but what I depend on is God. When the most money I have in my life, I worship God. Don't have no money, I worship God. This is the day that the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. Rain, shining, sleet, or snow. We worshiping God. Man, Violet donating again. I appreciate it. And Rarity, I appreciate you too. Look, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to add you as a moderator because I like your comments. I really do. I hope you didn't subscribe to the channel, notification bell. And H Violet, I don't know why I haven't done this already. I'm going to add you as a moderator because I think I've seen you in here and you donate all the time and so much. So I appreciate all the love and support, guys. Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all. You say positive attitude, most definitely. Gotta stay positive regardless of what goes on. I'm saying God has been good. God hasn't done nothing to me. You have to be able to separate things that happen to you that are either of your own fruition or my own actions cause what's happening to me. So another man caused this, or it's just life. But I can't blame nothing on God. I'm going to stay thankful. I'm going to keep my head down. I'm going to keep swinging and I'm going to keep fighting and we going to win, baby. We going to win. Look at all the people showing me love right now. Okay, Miss Lori, and I'll talk to you soon, okay? Talk to you soon. Before the 11th, I promise you. Talk to you soon and have a great day. And Miss Lori, you are never the ops. I love you and your family greatly. Look at her, man. Steady donate, Miss Lori. I love you and your family greatly. I love all of you guys. I know y'all are some great people. You've been rocking with me. And let me see, somebody else still sending donations. I'm going to go and find this person and I'm going to make this person a moderator. I'm saying America is full of good people like that, though. Am I lying, y'all? Am I lying? Like during this time of year, like I see y'all all over people's on their live streams donate money. Thanksgiving time, giving people money. All over people's live streams, blessing them. Blessing them. Thank you, man. I love you. I promise you, I'm going to come in here tomorrow and go hard. W for all the gifts. For y'all, it's a W stream for y'all. That's how I look at it. I look at it as y'all or we, it's a W for us. Cause y'all winning too. Cause if you come and you tapping in, I'm gonna try to deliver the content. I'm gonna give y'all, I'm gonna put in that work for them donations y'all gave. I promise y'all, the monologues are gonna get longer and longer and longer. And basically that news story gonna be, you know how long it takes to write? It takes longer time to write the monologue than just copy and paste the news and then do analysis on the news. But I'm saying I'm thinking out that monologue. And I'm saying, like, Tucker, my monologues ain't gonna be as good as yours, but they're gonna be pretty good. And they're gonna get longer and longer. And basically the stream is gonna be all knowledge and facts and research off of me just, you know what I'm saying? So I'm getting better at this, but I still got to do lawsuits. I still got a life that I got to live, that I've got to, you know what I'm saying, organize and get together and get straight and everything like that. But I'm getting there, y'all. You're going to keep your faith in God, going to keep your head down and going to work and fight through anything. Yeah. Miss Lori said, God is all or he's nothing. He everything. We gonna put them all. That's where we gonna put God, all or nothing, all. That's what I decided. That's what I chose. Yeah, we do. We got to stay together and we do have to unite. And that's so important. And that's so big, especially in a time like this where political violence is at an all time high. And then I'm saying it's an opportunity to fracture or splinter our country. We have foreign, y'all talk about Israel all the time and Israel's influence on our politics. I would have to think in the end, Israel's influence is going to be somewhat positive, right, Sent? Right, Jink, what's his name? Jink, right in the Young Turks. I would have to think that Israel's influence on our society in the end is somewhat would be positive. What I say, you think Russia's influence on our society is positive? I don't think so. I don't think Russia want to see the good of America. China's influence on our society. We got so many influences outside of our walls. We gotta stay united, y'all. We have to. Jink, when I hear you saying good things about the Republicans, that made my heart happy. Tucker, when I hear you saying good things about the Democrats, that made my heart happy. When I hear Steve Bannon saying the same thing as Bernie Sanders, I know we getting to where we need to get to. Maybe after AI, we can all get on the same page and say tax the rich. I think that's what's going to happen. I don't want some great catastrophe or disaster to happen in our country to make us unite. I want to unite without that. Someone says God is great. He is great and he is good. He's beyond great. He's beyond good. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. God is the best thing that ever happened to any one of us. It's just some people don't understand that. Not that they don't know it, they don't understand it or realize it. But that's why that's on us, Rarity, to keep telling them that. Not to force it on them, not to make them, but just to keep explaining to them how much Jesus loved them. The Bible says, God said that his word will not return to him void. So as long as you keep putting it out there, those seeds are going to eventually catch root whenever it's time to catch root, where God wants them to catch root at. Man, see there, bro? You got some good people in here this morning, bro. You never know what someone is going through. Always be kind. A kind gesture, a positive compliment can save a life, bro. That is the sweetest thing I've ever heard. You know what I'm saying? That is super sweet, man. I appreciate that, man. I thank y'all. Y'all see, you gave me so much more to be thankful for today. So much more. You talking about the most donations we ever got on a live stream at one time. Just got it right now. Does it make sense for you to be thankful? I didn't come in here thinking that I was going to get what I got today, over $100, $130, $40, $50 streaming. I didn't think I was going to come in here and get that. But just be thankful and God will multiply. Just keep your head down, stay humble, and keep fighting. Keep your head down, stay humble, and keep fighting. And like Rarity said, a kind word and a kind gesture can save a life. That's all we trying to do. We trying to save a life, man. We trying to make life better for our next human being. That's the goal. In the meantime, Ghost, I got a personality disorder. I'm a disabled veteran. I might cuss somebody out sometimes. I might get in the fight once or twice. But just like I said, it doesn't matter. The goal is to love one another. Sometimes you might have to, it'll get harder before, you know that somebody realized that. They understand where I'm coming from, where my heart is. You might have to throw some blows, get in some fights. But understand who I am. Even though I throw the blow, get in the fight, that dude never, and one time did he feel like I was going to kill him. Not one time. I'll try to help you up off the ground after the fight's over. Real talk. to love one another, man. That's what our goal is. That's what we got to try to do, man. We got to try to bring it together and get on the same page. And I think the first way we do that is by recognizing each other's humanity. That Muslim that I hear people in this stream talking so hard against Muslims, they're humans. Ain't nobody trying to go to Mecca and convert to Islam. But that Muslim is a human, just like you are. That Buddhist, he's a human, just like you are. Love one another. That's where we're going to start at. Well, you could disagree with your brothers. Brothers disagree and fight all the time. But love your brother, man. If he an American, if he's truly patriotic and love the red, white, and blue, he pay his taxes, love your brother, man. Love your brother, man. That's what Jesus would tell you to do, to love one another as I have loved you. Happy Thanksgiving, y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all coming in and supporting me. Miss Lori, Rarity, all the new people, Ace Violet, thank y'all so much for y'all's donations, for y'all loves, and y'all support. Jesus loves you too. He loves all of us. For someone to look at me and to say, hey, Ghost, I know you might be going through a little something. So we're going to have some love for you and we're going to show you some support. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that, bro. I promise you. Thank y'all. Mad respect, mad love for y'all. But I'm saying, like, guys, I'm going to be positive as I can, and I'm going to love God, and I'm going to show my love for God through everything. Thanksgiving is just another day. It's an opportunity for me to give thanks to God. Regardless of what it is, Thanksgiving is a chance for me to say thank you, God, for everything. Christmas is a chance for me to celebrate that blood I was telling you about that he shed for me and you. Think about that. God died for me and you. That blood he shed, Christmas is a chance to celebrate his birth. That's all it is. It's just another day. It, like Miss Lori said, it's all God or it's nothing. Now, I'm not a preacher. I'm not trying to preach to you because I'm not better than you. The preacher he might be better than you, to be real. He probably is. I know he better than me. The preacher I grew up with, he better than me. I'm saying I might not be better than, so I'm not the preacher, so I'm not trying to preach to you. I'm just telling you what I know is to be real. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all the veterans. Happy Thanksgiving to the veterans. Thank you guys for y'all service. We love y'all. Thank you. A sacrifice of a few deserves the love of the whole. Deserves the love of all. The sacrifice of the few and the proud. Thank you guys for your service to our great nation. I want to say thank you to Representative Crockett, to Senator Sanders. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to AOC, President Trump. Yes, indeed. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. To Rarity, to Miss Lori Walsh, to Violet. Thank all you guys. Happy Thanksgiving to y'all and y'all's family. I love you guys. I appreciate y'all, man. This is the day the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. There's a day coming soon when y'all gonna see Ghost Rider on top. And when Ghost Rider step to the top, you know what it's going to be time for? It's going to be time to show. Either I'm going to keep on praising God or I'm going to go the other way. And with Ghost Rider, when he get to the top, you know what I'm going to say? When I end the live streams, this is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. I love y'all, man. Tomorrow, Thanksgiving. I know y'all typing in with me. We're going to be talking about Ukraine, you know what I'm saying, and what President Trump got going on with Ukraine. I'm going to try to make it as interesting as I possibly can. I promise you, I'm going to spend the time on it, try to get everything right and everything good. Man, I streamed for, about 4 hours? I started at 6. I've been streaming for 4 hours, guys. 4 hours, but this is the most donations I ever got at one time since I've been streaming for over a year. And y'all made me feel so good, man. Like real talk. Made me feel good, man. I appreciate it. I love y'all, man. Like French kisses to all my people. If I could love on y'all, I would love on y'all, man. Thank y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? My family in Houston, my family in Mississippi, everybody. I want to say happy Thanksgiving, bro. I got mad love for everybody. I promise y'all, man. That being said, bro, I'll see y'all tomorrow morning if it's Lord's willing, right? At what, about 6:30 a.m. Eastern time, y'all. That's my time, man. You know what I'm saying? President Trump, he talking about helping the people. People's 401ks growing. I know y'all 401ks getting real fat. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to keep that going. Not only is certain segments of the population getting money and getting rich, we want President Trump. He wants greatness. Big President T, we got to do this for all of America. We going to lift up the whole. We gonna lift up the whole, y'all. I love y'all. We gonna keep this movement going. We gonna keep being positive, man. You know what I'm saying? We gonna pray for our nation, and we want to see America stay number one. We all got different ways of doing it. It's 4 ways to New York. As long as America win, we all won, y'all. I'll see y'all in the morning.